Hey everyone, how are y'all? Okay, Brass, how are you? Hey, Pickle Me Elmo, how are you tonight? Crime Crazy, how are you? Hey, Laughing Stock, how are you? P-Fox, yes, there was another document that was released today, and it's the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. Hey, Tech Death, how are you? Look at that, y'all. Nightbot is just on time tonight. Let's see. Wait, I want to make you an intro song for your background while you say hi at first. Well, Tech Death, my email was pinned up at the top of the chat. Just email me with any ideas that you have. Midwest Girl, how are you? You're pretty like SpongeBob. Hey, Scott, how are you? Laughing Sock, he's actually on time. As soon as something is posted, like he's right there with it. Hey, Rich, how are you? Lori and CJ, how are you? Hey, Marissa. Okay, just a live chat reminder that everybody has their chat on live chats. Avery, how are you? Marissa, you doing okay tonight? Hey, Gregory, how are you? Marissa, I'm happy to hear that. White Widow Baby, how are you? Good Scarlet, thank you. Lori and CJ, you're very welcome. And yes, I'm doing good. I'm tired a little bit, but other than that, I'm good. Just Anne, how are you? Michelle, I think I said hi to you, right? Before I went live? You're all right. Okay, Michelle, I just wanted to make sure. I thought I did. Just Anne, I know I am super tired. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. More than likely, I'm not gonna do Lori's live tonight because I do need to get some sleep. I've got some stuff I got to take care of in the morning. So if I get back in time tomorrow afternoon, then I will go live then with it, and then do my regular live tomorrow night after that. Temple had on YouTube tonight. It's been some craziness. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me grab my thing here and go ahead and get it pulled up. A couple of different things to go over tonight. Let's see. Okay, I'm going back to bookwork. Seeing out of here. Okay, crime crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this where it takes up the whole screen where y'all can see it a little bit better. Truth Finder, how are you? Gar, how are you? Hey, Julie, how are you? Gar, the only thing that really came out today that is the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery, and it's basically like all the DNA stuff. And hey, CU2, how are you? There is a body cam footage that came out of Bryan. I want to say like a month before the murders happened. He got pulled over by either on the WSU campus or by the WSU campus. And I wouldn't have really thought anything about the body cam footage. I mean, he got pulled over because he stopped in the middle of an intersection and it made him run a red light. I wouldn't have really thought anything about it, but it's how he talks to the cop. It was a female cop, and it's how he talked to her that is crazy. Hey, Nina. I have been everywhere on YouTube today. See you too. I've literally been home probably 2 hours. And in those 2 hours, I've witnessed some crazy stuff on YouTube. So he was trying to prove that he was right and he was going to be the one that won the competition. Yes, that is true, K-Brass. Hey, Musical. Gar, the body cam footage was before the murders happened. It's a full moon. Marissa, I believe it. Uh, some craziness going on. And if y'all hear the kitten in the background, don't pay him any attention. He's only wanting attention. Yeah, Jeff, they said it was about a month before. Gar, you're welcome. Okay. This is only 5 page total. Uh, 5 pages total, excuse me. Only 4 of them that I've got to read through, so it's not going to take as long as that 28-page one last night. Let's see, he corrected her actually what happened. Yeah, and she was like, yeah, I was behind you the whole time. And then he tried to play it off, well, I'm not from here, I'm from Pennsylvania, and this is how we do it. Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? Let's see, my cat literally will tap me on the leg or my arm if I'm sleeping, my face if he wants anything. I think it would be easier to get him a bill. Well, these kittens, he's the little male cat, he's laid up on my pillow now. He's just wanting attention, that's all. Rom seemed like he enjoyed an argument. It's just, It once again shows how he feels the need to talk down to women, is what it is. So the footage was released to the public. Or just the court. Okay, so JJ, the court document came out. It was done yesterday, I think it was. Hold on, let me just scroll down to the last page. I believe it was signed yesterday. Yes, it was dated yesterday. They released the court document today on their website. Uh, the body cam footage was also released today to the public. And then there is some other stuff. Some of it was sent to me in an email. White Little Baby sent it to me. And then there was some other stuff that I grabbed off of Sleuthy's Twitter. So we'll have to drop her link in the chat once we get to that part. That is talking about the stuff that they had taken from Bryan's apartment in Washington, and all the hair and all that, and they didn't test any of it. There was nothing tested, which is crazy. All that hair, nothing. But then there was something else that came out that shows that was it on the mattress cover? Tested positive for blood. I've got all the documents. I'll have to go through them. I just kind of skimmed over them earlier. Okay, so like I said, this is the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. From what I was able to read over just a little while ago, it's pretty much everything that has to do with the DNA and all that. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Iris, how are you? See, in my opinion, a third motion for discovery request suggests prosecution has not released any evidence on the DNA. Possible. I mean, especially if they're sending in a request for it. All right. I'm gonna have to zoom in because some of the text on this is a little bit smaller than the rest of it. And I'm so tired, y'all, tonight. My eyes are literally crossing. All right, and if y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. Okay, so it says, please take notice that the undersigned pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments of the Constitution of the United States, Articles 1 and then 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, request discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by the defendant. Per the ICR 16B 1 through 8, and aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and material. JJ, you are very welcome. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. All right, so it says the standard lab discovery. Hey, Delene, how are you? So, number one is the biological testing case file. So they asked, please provide a complete copy of the case file, including all records made by each laboratory in connection with the biological testing in this case, including biological screening, serological testing, presumptive testing, microscopy, and DNA testing, including statistical calculations. Please provide photographic quality copies of all the photographs in the original case file, including photographs of evidence. Electronic copies of photographs are acceptable. Thank you, Gar. So it says number 2, they're asking for the chain of custody and the current disposition of the evidence. They're asking to please provide copies of all records that document the treatment and the handling of biological evidence in this case, from the initial point of collection up to the current disposition. The information should include documentation that indicates where and how the materials were stored, temperature and type of container, the amount of evidence material that was consumed in testing, the amount of material that remains, and where and how the remaining evidence is stored. In the event that the chain of custody spans several different agencies or laboratories, please address this request to each agency and or the laboratory that handled said items. So number 3 is the profiles uploaded to a DNA database. So in the event that the case involves the upload of a DNA profile that either a local, state, or national database, which is the LDIS, the SDIS, or the NDIS, please provide all documentation maintained by the testing laboratory, including documentation maintained by Combined DNA Index System, which is CODIS, personnel within the laboratory, including profiles that have been identified as unknown males and not the defendant. Hey, Ray. So 3.1 is the documentation of all uploads, including interpretation and or the convolution of mixture profiles, handwritten notes, spreadsheet matches, match estimator results, upload forms, and the CODIS search forms. 3.2, so for each hit, please provide match detail reports and long-form candidate match reports for the hits, including partial hits and hits that dispositioned to be non-matching, even if the laboratory has dispositioned a profile as a hit. So they're wanting everything. Truth Finder, yeah, this is what the defense is asking the prosecution for. Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? So 3.3 is any state manuals regarding the use of SDIS and NDIS database systems. And 3.4 is any hits made to any profile uploaded, even if they hit on individuals not the defendant and deemed to not be a candidate match, including hits to any unknown males identified via testing. So whether it came out to be Bryan Kohberger or not, they want all of them. The amazing Tiff, I'm doing good, thank you. So number 4 is the data files. It says, please provide all copies of all computer data files created in the course of performing the DNA testing and analyzing the data in this case, both raw data and process data. These data files should include all sample files, project files, matrix files, size standard files, and analysis method files. In the event that a particular data file cannot be produced, please provide the name of said file with an exclamation of the non-production. So number 5 is the statistical calculations. C2, they are asking everything that they're asking for in this discovery. If the state has it, the state has to turn it over to them. All right, so number 5 is the statistical calculations. Please provide a copy of all the statistical calculations undertaken with regard to the DNA testing, in this case, including standard statistical testing, database match probability calculations, and statistical calculations that were undertaken using software programs, performing biostatistical calculations such as probabilistic genotyping programs. Moonville, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. And Moonville says, hello, Pickle family. Okay, so number 5 also says to please provide information for all analyses undertaken, including those that were not used or were not reported. Those materials shall include 5.1 is a list of software programs used, including the version number. 5.2 is a reference population, alley frequencies used for the analysis. 5.3 is all handwritten or electronic notes pertaining to the analysis. 5.4, hey Casey, how are you? Any electronic data files that were generated for inputting genetic information into a software program. 5.5 is all documents and electronic data files generated by the software program. 5.6 is all input and operator selected parameters used for the analysis, and 5.7 is all instructions given to the operator of the software program with regards to input and operator selected parameters to be used for the analysis. But agree with Bryan. I always thought you were supposed to creep into intersections to turn left. Stevie, I think what it was is he got hung up in the intersection and then the light turned red and he was still stuck in the intersection, is my understanding of it. And that's how he ended up getting pulled over for running a red light. Lindell, how are you tonight? Okay. So number 6 is the communications, and they're just asking to please provide a copy of all the communications between laboratory personnel or any party with regard to biological testing in this case, including letters, memos, emails, texts, and records of telephone conversations. These materials should include communications with regards to outsourcing of DNA testing, statistical calculations, and DNA profiles uploaded to the database. Okay, number 7 is the standard operating protocols for the interpretation guidelines. So please provide a copy of the standard operating protocols, or SOP, and the interpretation guidelines relied upon to perform and interpret the testing in the case, including the serological testing, as well as all subsequent versions of these documents. Interpretation guidelines should include those that address the peak detection thresholds, which is number 1. Hey, Maisie, how are you? Number 2 is the stochastic threshold. Number 3 is the interpretation of mixed samples. Number 4 is the declaration of inclusions, exclusions, and inclusive findings. Number 5 is the policies for reporting results and statistics. And number 6 is the software programs used to perform the biostatistical calculations, such as the probabilistic genotyping programs if used in this case. Please include any applicable memos concerned with the deviations from established procedures. Michelle, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she says, the warmest, most welcoming channel on YouTube. Well, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. Okay, so for any probabilistic genotyping program used, please provide the standard operating procedures, including any user manuals from the provider and any memos regarding updates to the software. So not only are they asking about any type of, like, they want everything about the DNA, the type of programs that's used. They're wanting the books that go with it, all that. So number 8 is the validation summaries. They're asking to please provide a copy of the validation summaries for internal validation studies undertaken to establish the interpretation guidelines relied upon in this case, including the studies that address peak detection thresholds, stochastic thresholds, and interpretation of mixed samples. Please include validation summaries for any probabilistic genotyping program used. In the event that is enhanced detection method was used in this case, please provide a copy of the validation summary for said method. In the event that a software program was used to perform the biostatistical calculations is this case, please provide a copy of the validation summary for said program. Hey, Jan, how are you? And then it says, please note that this is a request for summaries and not the complete validation studies. All right. Now, number 9 is the laboratory personnel. Please provide background information for each person involved in conducting or reviewing the DNA testing performed on the case, including, let me go down, current resume. So they're wanting current resumes for everybody in the laboratory that has something to do with this case. The performance evaluation and personnel file, and a summary of the proficiency test results. So not only do they want every system that has been used in this case, including the books that go with the software, they're wanting all of this stuff on everybody who has had anything to do with this testing involved in this case. Let's see. Julie said, I live in Washington State and have gotten warnings for the same thing, but I did not like Bryan's condescending attitude towards the female officer. Yeah, it was almost like he thought because he was a male, he was going to outdo her. He wasn't worried about her being an officer. It was more to him, he was a male and she was a female. Okay, so number 10 says an unexpected results in the corrective action. So for each laboratory that performed DNA testing in this case, please provide copies of the laboratory's logs of unexpected results and corrective actions. The log should be provided for the time period beginning 6 months before the start of the testing and ending 6 months after the completion of testing. Documentation should be provided for unexpected result events that arose during the mechanical, chemical, and/or analyst operations, including contamination, the presence of extraneous DNA, sample handling errors, or any other reason. The logs should be provided for all laboratory personnel, not just the analysts who performed the testing in this case. Please note that this is a request for the logs themselves, not just for entries within the logs that pertain to the case. All right. And then this last part here is the genetic genealogy testing and search. Poets, how are you? All right, so number 1 in the genetic genealogy testing and search, it says all reports generated by any lab that conducted SNP testing on any sample in this case, including from samples where unknown males, not the defendant, were identified. Jan, how are you? So number 2 says copy of all the communications between the laboratory personnel and any person or organization with regards to the instant case, including letters, memos, emails, internet posts, press release, and records of other communications, including communications with regard to any DNA profile uploaded to any public or private DNA database. Hey, Bullets, how are you? Jan, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see. See, would that be out of test, out of state? Yes, C2. Anything that they've sent to any lab that's done any work on this case, they want all of that information, including all the personnel who work in the lab, all their resumes, uh, all the different software that they use, like basically everything for any lab that was used in this case, whether it was the one in Idaho or the one that was down in Texas that they're claiming the sheath was sent to. Stevie, I mean, she really is. She's asking for everything. You know, she's not. I don't think she's just half doing it. Like she's going all in on it. King Scarlet, how are you? Let's see if this lab is worth its salt. This will be laughable request. Good labs, and I hope they are good because defense will exploit it as not. Document everything of evidence. Casey, I hope so because I mean she's asking for everything. And see you too. You're very welcome. Check News Nation. What am I checking News Nation for, King Scarlet? I do know that they have the video over there, the body cam footage, but I believe White Little Baby also put it in the uh, Facebook group as well. News Nation release a video. Okay. So I'm gonna go back and watch so I know what's going on. I came in late, so if I comment and it's out of place, don't think that I'm Cena. Maisie, it's fine, honey. All it is, I literally this is the first thing that I started off with was just the document. So you're not that far behind. Hey JC, how are you? Okay. Which one did I stop on? I think it was number 2. All right, so number 3 says that all documentations associated with any database search, including but not limited to CODIS, NDIS, GED match, family tree DNA, and or felon databases, case sample databases, missing person databases, and internal quality assurance databases. The documentation should include, but is not limited to, the input profile, the input search parameters, the search output, all reports, all correspondence, and any follow-up actions. Hey LJ, how are you? So number 4 says that all the documents related to any genetic genealogy search, including but not limited to the creation of a user profile's accounts information, automatic search results, uploading all data, all queries, and search results from any private or public data bank or data banks, family tree information, and all other documents, reports, notes, or other communications pertaining to the genealogy DNA database searches. Number 5 says that all documents related to any genetic and genealogy investigation, including but not limited to additional collection and or testing of the DNA samples, notes of any interviews, documents obtained related to ancestry, and or the recommendations for further testing. If y'all remember, was it Bryan's neighbor out in Washington? Claimed that Bryan had told him that a while back he sent in his DNA to one of those genealogy places. This is a massive request. Every manual of every piece of software used to test will be submitted. Exactly, musical. Along with every one of the people who work in the lab, all of their information as well. Like they're wanting everything on everybody and every piece of equipment. So number 6 says that all documents related to the comparison of any DNA samples collected during the genealogy investigation to the crime scene evidence. Number 7 is the name and address of all persons found to have sufficient sharing centomorgams with the subject profile to be identified as a match in the report created in the case. Let's see. It would not surprise me if the request pushed out any trial date to 2025. I mean, this is a lot, and it may take them a while to get all of this information back. Hold on just a second. So this was signed and dated yesterday, which was May the 3rd of 2023. And Taylor's the one that signed it. The Latah County prosecutor. Okay, so that's who it was sent to. I don't know whose signature this is down here. And that's all of it. Like that's what she's asking with regards to the DNA testing. Okay, in my career, I had to testify a lot. Defense attorneys love to bog you down with paperwork. This is way more than usual. Maisie, honestly, I think I mean, She maybe is public defender, but it seems like she's doing her job, honestly. She's asking for everything that she can possibly. It's a wonder she didn't ask for the sink out of the laboratory, honestly. She's asked for everything else. Vapor, how are you? All right. So I have that. So we got through that one. I do have some other stuff. Let me grab these screenshots real quick. Let's see. Oh, I take that back. Multiple labs absolutely makes something like this more complex. It sounds like an attempt to draw in paperwork and access. Okay. All right. Let me start with page 1 here. I think I have them in order. Vapor, I'm doing good. Thank you. All right. It's going to take me just a second to get this first page pulled up. Okay. Let's see. She forgot to ask what the lab techs ordered for lunch. Yeah, she P-Fox, she didn't ask that. Um, but she asked for everything else with regards to them, their resume and everything. Okay. Now let me pull this up. So this is the presumptive chemical test for blood. Okay. There's a few pages of this. So I didn't deal with DNA or cases either. During discovery, there is much paperwork. There's back and forth of these requests while they're putting everything together. Yeah. And I mean, she, while she's making her request, she might as well put everything that all in one. Okay. Can y'all see that okay? I've got it zoomed in as much as I can. Okay. All right. Okay, so this was dated December the 30th of 2022 at 15:43. So that would be 3:43 Pacific time. And the analyst is Jay Ayers, I believe is the name up there on the top. Okay, so this is going to be the stuff that came out of Bryan's apartment in Washington. And some of this, it's sloppy handwriting. So I'm going to try to read it as best that I can. So the first one right here, and all of these have tested negative on this page. But there was a white towel from the shelf of kitchen table. It says diluted red-brown irregular stain. It tested negative. BK's a bad driver. Okay, the next one, it just says that they collected the item, but it says dark red spot, a small flaked off surface upon touch, west of sink on the kitchen counter. Hey Pearl, how are you? Let's see, I love you all, but I don't see where this report tells us anything new. It's like they're giving you the same thing over and over again. Wait, Pearl, the one that I just read? Hey Crystal, how are you? Okay, so whatever this was, this dark red spot that flaked off when it was touched, they just collected that item. So the third one is a pizza cutter in the top drawer, west of sink, east of fridge, reddish scratch in metal. So it also tested negative. Hey, Crystal Lynn, how are you? Okay, so a dark red irregular stain, side panel of drawer, second west of sink. So it also tested negative. Uh, let's see, 332. I don't know. I can't tell what the second word is, but this driver from drawer, from bottom drawer, west of sink, brown spots. Then there was an Ajax bottle of soap near the bottom edge of the west side of the sink, had a small dark stain. It also tested negative. Is that what it says? Screwed? Okay, yeah, maybe it does. These people don't know how to write very well. Okay, and then there was okay. So we did the Ajax bottle. So then there was an Ajax bottle of soap near bottom. It had a linear stain. There was a switch on the north wall of the kitchen behind the sink, a dark reddish stain. Like this dude had reddish stains all over his apartment. Hey Elliot, how are you? Michael, how are you? Uh, JJ, this is for the presumptive chemical test for blood. So all of these red stains that he had all over his apartment, they tested, and all of this stuff tested negative for blood. Cujo, how are you? I mean, why couldn't they put like left of the fridge or right of the fridge instead of east of it or whatever? Hey, millennials. Okay, so we did the switch on the wall. Okay, so then there's a switch on the north wall of the kitchen behind the sink, small dark reddish stain. Pink red irregular stain on the edge of a plate from cabinet west of the sink. Riddler, how are you? I mean, probably beet stains from juicing. Okay, I gotta find. Okay, I think this is gonna be the next one. And these also all tested negative. All right, so the microwave on the counter in the kitchen in the northeast corner had a dark reddish, a long stain in the back. For somebody who was OCD and all this and that, like they claim like he was a clean freak, his damn house was dirty. See, I didn't know that I could block the intersection and crosswalk plus run a red light. What does it state that? I don't know. King Scarlet apparently, according to Bryan Kohberger, though, you can do it in Pennsylvania. I don't know about other states, but he's saying you can do it in Pennsylvania. So there was a dark discoloration in the grout of the counter tile just south of the microwave. See, maybe someone with wet fingernail polish helped him move stuff in or hung around. Someone, um, I don't know. I just know he has a lot of red or dark reddish or brown stains all over his kitchen. Okay, give me just a second. Hold on one second. Okay, yeah. All right. So there was an orange strip south wall of kitchen east of window. northeast bedroom, northeast closet, interior of north door, a dark red stains, multiple irregular in pieces. Like, how does he have all of this stuff all over his apartment and none of it comes back as blood? Okay. Small red brown stain on exterior door of northeast closet in northeast bedroom, the north door. Okay, edge of south door of northeast closet in northeast bedroom. A very small red brown stain. The interior of the south closet door, north door, there was a faint stains, swipe marks in the northeast room. Negative for blood evidence, so that doesn't rule out DNA evidence. Could be other body substances. Let's see, they have GPS. Cujo, this is weird how they're naming directions in a room. Let's see. Midwest girl says she's going forward with everything, so I guess they probably believe that Bethany doesn't have that much damning evidence that will exonerate Bryan, as so many people think she does. Maybe I don't know. I mean, because I mean, like I said, she's asking for everything. Okay. So two small reddish brown irregular stains inside of the south closet. And then they just put north after that. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? And then there was an irregular reddish brown stain inside of the south closet or the northeast room, north side of the vertical wall in the center. A white towel on black brown stool, dark brown stain, and towel fibers. Y'all, his walls had red brown stains all over them. His towels had it. Okay, all of this also tested negative. Like, it's all up in its closet and everything. Let's see. Eventually, I will be able to hang out from the start to the finish, God willing. Oh, Cricket Moon, I hope you've been doing okay. Naming directions so lawyers won't confuse jury with left facing it or my left facing. Riddler, that could be it. It's, I mean, I've never seen it explained like this. He sucks at cooking spaghetti sauce. Okay, so there was a gray smear interior of south door of south closet in the northeast bedroom. Why do people downstairs keep saying how often he cleaned every night, constantly, and then have all the reddish? Pearl, I don't know, but that's what they said, that he was up all night cleaning, running the vacuum cleaner, running the was it the garbage disposal? They said, and would keep them up all night. I wonder what was he cleaning if all this is in his house. Okay, so there's something that's wrote. It says bottom of laundry basket, and then they marked out the word bottom. They wrote something really small over here beside of it that I can't tell what it says. Are we getting any cereal on the sides of these stains? Could some walls, faceplates, or switches be pre-existing from previous renter? Elliot, no, they haven't said how big they are or anything like that. Okay, so it's something of the laundry basket's underside orange smear in the northeast room. A light brown streak outside of the corner of the laundry basket in the northeast bedroom. Exterior door of the northeast bedroom, small red stain. And it says that that one is round. I mean, I don't know. I don't. Does it say trim? I'm gonna zoom out for just a second. To let me. Yeah, I can't. I still can't see it. I can't tell what it says. But I can see where they marked out bottom, but that's all I can tell. Trim of the laundry basket. That could be it. Okay, so then there was an irregular red stain on the exterior door of the northeast bedroom. It's like he had bugs all over his house and he just went through and just killed these bugs and left the blood stains all over, even though they all tested negative for blood. Okay, so the northeast bedroom, the door jamb, west side of the door jamb, small brown stain. Does bed bugs get all over your, like your walls and stuff though? Vegans got to get their protein from somewhere. I mean, because honestly, that's what it. See, okay, I didn't know that they could get all over your house. I mean, they're talking about in his closet, in his kitchen, the bedroom. Oh, the small red brown stain exterior of the bathroom door. Oh, good lord! Now we're getting into the bathroom, y'all. Let's see, but it was negative for blood, so Holly and Lightly. I wonder where all this is coming from yet. All right, so the interior of the bathroom door had a small, dark, red, brown, irregular stain. Interior of the bathroom, there was a little red brown stain. There was a light reddish brown stain on the outside edge of the medicine cabinet. Like there was just stains all over his house. I think that any bed bugs would have eaten him alive. Something was going on in there though, Gregory, to have all these stains. Okay, so let me see. Okay, all these on this page are also negative, but it says a dilute brown stain on the east side of the door jamb of the toilet. Let's see, other toilet room in the bathroom. Small reddish brown stain on the left edge of the medicine cabinet and mirror in the bathroom. Let's see. Did you try to watch the body cam of the search of his apartment? No, Elliot, I haven't seen it. Oh, white widow baby. Do you think that could be it? Ugh. Let's see. It is an apartment. What's there stains before? I don't know, Cricket Moon. But and like it was just said in the chat, the neighbors downstairs were claiming that he was constantly cleaning. He kept them up all night cleaning his house, running a vacuum and the garbage disposal and just making all kinds of noise. What was he cleaning? Let's see. The walls of masonry, particularly brick masonry. Other red stains may be a species of mold or even red yeast. Riddler, have a good night. Often found indoors and wet moldy. Elliot, you think it could be mold? No fear. How are you? Maybe, maybe they had roaches really bad. I mean, did he just go through and kill the roaches and not clean the stuff off where he killed them? Okay. See you too. Did you really just say that man ate roaches? Okay, so roach nests look like blood on walls. Okay. Well, then I wonder if maybe that could, I don't know, but it seems like he would have, I mean, if he's just like a clean freak like they're saying, wouldn't he have cleaned all that, or why would he put his clothes in a closet with roach stuff all over the walls? See, do you think you'll play the apartment News Nation video? Okay, so wait, there's the apartment video is on News Nation, because I know that News Nation put the body cam footage of him getting pulled over. I didn't know the apartment one was on there. So if it's on there, yes, I can play it. But how would it be rust? I mean, I could get rust in the bathroom and in the kitchen, but what about the closet and all over his bedroom? Even Bear Grylls doesn't find roaches to be tasty. I don't know. See, it's on the docket also. Okay, thank you, Elliot. Uh, Rising Dam. I don't know. Scarlett, I've been trying to tell you. Oh, King Scarlett, I'm so sorry. I've been missing your comments. Okay, so let me make a note. Let me get Troll to send it to me. Hold on. Oh, wait, what up, baby? You done sent the link for that? For the apartment body cam footage? Okay, you don't have to worry about sending it. Okay. Let's see. Kohberger makes a roach. Oh, y'all. He had the same stains on his pillow. So see, Nina, whenever they were talking about uh the spots on the mattress cover and on the pillowcase, my first thought was bed bugs. You know, if you live in an apartment in like an apartment complex, they're really common in places like that, especially if there's someone in the complex who doesn't clean, and they'll spread rapidly. So I thought that was like my first thought. Maybe that's what it was. But this is like all over the house. It's not just the bedroom or on the bedding. Uh, Stars are good. How are you? See, this looks like a thorough Ellie and evidence gathering search of BK's apartment. This is good news. Troll. And see, Marissa, I didn't know that bed bugs would go all over the place. I thought that they were just like the covers and all that of a bed. So I'm wondering if that could be what it is. It's there was bed bugs or something in that apartment building, and possibly even the King Street house may have bed bugs now. Ugh, I don't know. It's crazy. Okay. All right. So it says brownish stain just above the tile, below the towel rack, below the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. So west wall of the shower, below the curtain rod, light gray linear stains. This was even in his. Okay, thank you, white little baby. This was even in his shower. Like he was taking showers with critters. Is what it seems like. A cricket moon, yes, I'm glad that they did. But I just thought that the way that he's been explained that his apartment was spotless. Okay. Maybe you kept trying to vacuum up the bed bugs. I don't know. Bed bugs are not attracted to dirt and grime. They are attracted to warmth, blood, carbon dioxide. However, clutter often offers more hiding spots. Thank you for that information, King Scarlet. Okay. So not only was it in his shower, but then the east sink of the vanity, wood front facing below the countertop, a light red stain irregular in the bathroom. But even if it was roaches, wouldn't he have cleaned up like before he moved his stuff in there? Or even after he moved his stuff in, did he just live with this? This boy's nasty. See, were his vegan pots and pans seasoned properly? Yo, this is, I don't know. I don't know why. I just thought that his apartment would have been spotless. Okay. So there was a reddish brown stain, a regular shape, a left wall of the cabinet under east sink in the bathroom. Hey, Ava. There was a reddish brown linear stain on the right side of the shelf of the cabinet under the east sink in the bathroom. Let's see, reddish brown. Okay, anyway, that's the one I just read. Then there was a light orange brown stain, a linear irregular, right side of the sink in the bathroom. Like there's orange and there's brown and there's red and gray. Like what the hell does boy have going on over there? Hey Tonka, how are you? Apparently not nasty. He wasn't eating meat, but King Scarlet, you think that's what it was? He was eating the roaches. Oh my god. Okay, and then the bottom one says the east wall of the shower. They collected hair. Boys just leaving hair all over in the shower and everything else. So that shows that they collected that. See the collection log. All right, let me go to the next one. So there was only one thing that tested positive on this page for blood. The roaches were his pets. Oh my god. Y'all. Okay. So the curtain rod in the shower, underside of the rod, west end, a reddish stain. Tonka, I don't know if it's roaches or bed bugs this boy had, but these things, like all of these stains that they're mentioning on these documents, were everywhere in his house. Like all over his kitchen, all over his bedroom, in his closet, and now we are into the bathroom, under the sink, on the medicine cabinet, in the room, the little room where the toilet was at, in the shower. Now they're saying the curtain rod that was in the shower. Like I get that people lived in the apartment before he moved there, and they might have left it messy. It just seems like he would have cleaned it up. And everything is tested negative so far. There is one thing that tested positive for blood. And it's at the bottom of this page. So it says the curtain rod in the shower, underside of the rod, west end reddish stain. Apparently, he didn't have a shower curtain. So let's see. Blind swab of the east sink drain in the bathroom. So there was no blood in the drain in the bathroom. They did a blind swab of the west sink drain in the bathroom. Tested negative. They did a blind swab of the shower drain in the bathroom, which also tested negative. There was a tiny red stain on the edge of the doorknob plate, interior of entry door. It also tested negative. The south of the entry door in the living room, west wall, dark brown dripping stain. I, what I don't understand. Dripping stains now. Yeah. I know in the kitchen area you can get like grease stains and stuff like that, but damn, this is like in the living room. Annabella, how are you? JJ, that's what it says. South of the entry door in the living room, west wall, dark brown dripping stain. Dripping stain is just worded to creep us out. Tonka, you think it could be nicotine? See, thank you. Formatting everyone in chat to simultaneously start to scratch their heads. This is some crazy stuff, y'all. For real. Sounds like nicotine dripping, especially in bathroom with steam. I mean, I guess that could be a possibility, but it's like the curtain rod. It was on the under part of the curtain rod. It was a reddish stain. It damn. They tested everything in this man's house, and all they found was a bunch of room shit. I don't. It could be nicotine. It really could. I know people like who smoke in their house, and it can uh, stain the smoke from it and all that. It can stain stuff in your house. That very well could be what it is. But some of this is like in weird places though, underneath the kitchen or underneath the bathroom sink and all that. Okay, so there was a tiny red stain. Okay, wait, I don't read all those. Hold on. So the top left side of the computer, see, dilute round stain. Top left side of the computer, or the computer pad, a diluted round stain. Why did they put that twice? Okay, so there was a reddish brown stain in case pillow, south side of the bed. Two separate stains. A longer stain was tested. It tested positive for blood on his pillow. Let's see. A roach probably doesn't have a brain, and that will be his defense. Okay, nicotine is usually yellowish brown. Yeah, there is a lot of brown stains in this, but there's a lot of red and there's some gray and some orange. JC, that could be a possibility on the pillow. It could have been from a nosebleed or cutting himself shaving or anything like that. Let's see. See, I smoke in my bedroom all the time, and I ain't got no dripping things. He got roaches. Pearl, he has something going on up in that house. See, that's why the black light it didn't show white stains. The swimmers evolved into bugs. Y'all. Okay, so this also tested positive for blood. So it says mattress cover on the bed in the northeast room on the edge facing the doorway. There was a brown irregular drip, multiple stains present on the cover, collected after one positive result, other stains not tested. Cover unzips into two pieces, top piece and bottom piece collected, packaged separately, both marked item C. That tested positive for blood. So that also could have been from him having a nosebleed or something like that, or it just could have been from bed bugs. Let's see, it could be from roach feces. They do leave brown spots. Didn't he have a band-aid on his finger? Elliot, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I know that there was a lot of people were saying in the not Idaho, Indiana body cam footage. They were saying to look at his right hand real good in the video. He might have had a band-aid on it. If he did, I don't remember. Okay, and then it also says the underside of a rug under the coffee table in the living room. There was a brownish stain. Does that say okay? Near tag, northwest corner of the rug. It was a linear brown red stain on the carpet in the living room under the rug. So the underside of the rug had a stain, and then the carpet under the rug had a stain. And that just could have been from previous tenants that stained the carpet up, or he could have done it himself and threw a rug over it instead of cleaning it up. Sweet Melissa, how are you? Let's see. Okay, let me catch back up here. Let's say like you put a rug over something wet. Elliot, that's what it seems like. Maybe I don't know, like you can spill a drink on carpet and throw a towel over it to clean it up and the towel soak it up. Maybe that's what he did with the rug. Maybe he got something on the floor. Instead of him cleaning it up, he just threw a rug over it and set the coffee table back on top of the rug. Okay, so I think that was the last thing. Yes, it was. So let me get to this now. All right. White Widow Baby, do you have Sleuthy's Twitter? If not, I can type it into the chat real quick. Hold on. I might can just type it quicker than you having to go and try to find it. Let me put this in here real quick. Okay. Okay, I got it, White Widow Baby. Okay, so there's Sleuthy. Why is it not putting it as a link? I should have put it as a link. But anyway, there's Sleuthy's link to her, or supposed to be a link to her Twitter. And this is where I got, thank you, White Widow Baby. This is where I got this from. This is her pink highlighted part. This is her writing and all that. Okay. Let's see. I may have to zoom it or stretch it so I can zoom it in where y'all can see it. Okay. This is the stuff that they took out of his apartment. The glove, the Walmart receipt, Marshall's receipt, all those different things. Okay. So they have like the top one right here, the nitrate type black glove. Hey Brian, how are you? The next little thing right here, it says a type of evidence, and all of them are checked as evidence. The third one right here, which is the first pink highlighted part, it says needs testing. And the second highlighted part says send to lab. And it has for both of those, it says yes or no. So everything that they got out of his apartment, hey Valerie, how are you? They did not send to a lab. They did not test it. Okay. So we're fixing to go through that. And the reporting officer was Don Daniels. And this was done on December the 30th of 2022. So the first one was the one nitrate type black glove. And it says in the closet on the north wall of the entryway. So they have it as evidence. They said that it doesn't need to be tested, and it did not send it to a lab. JJ, I don't know. They didn't test none of this. This had the hair, strands of hair. None of it was sent at all. I don't know why they wouldn't have. How are they going to know who this hair belongs to? Valerie, thank you so much for becoming a member, and welcome to the family. Okay, so the second thing that they have is the Walmart receipt with one of the, it had the Dickies tag that was with it. It said it was in the closet on the north wall of the entryway on the west side. They have it as evidence. It wasn't sent to a lab and it wasn't tested. They're saying that it doesn't need to be tested. All right, so the next thing was the marshal's receipt. It was in the closet on the north wall of the entryway on the west side. Once again, it's collected as evidence, but it was not tested and it wasn't sent to a lab. Okay, so then there was a dust container from a Bissell Power Force vacuum. It was on a closet north of the entryway on the east side. They collected that as evidence, wasn't sent to a lab, and was not tested. They had I'm sorry, 8 possible hair strands. They found it on the head of the Libman broom. It was in a closet in the north wall of the entryway on the east side. Collected it as evidence, but they did not test it. Was not even sent to a lab. And that's where Sleuthy put a test to see whose hair this is. Why would they not test hair? Oh, see, is this final, or wonder if they're still going to test unless they are afraid of proving themselves wrong? I don't know, JJ. I mean, like, whenever they collected it, why wouldn't they have sent it off then to be tested? Why would they wait and then test it later? I mean, especially the hair. I can maybe understand the Walmart receipts, stuff like that, but why not the hair? Okay, so Ann Taylor just ordered the hairs to be testing according to JLR. Elliot, did JLR say where he got that information from? Sweet Melissa, I agree. Everything should be tested. I don't understand why they didn't. Maybe they have lots of other hair samples already to use against him. But if there was hair found in his apartment, they should test it just to see if it's his hair or if it's one of the victim's hair or whose hair it is. Let's see. Hey, Michelle. Hey, says no to needs testing also. Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't test it. Okay, so then they had the Fire TV stick. Um, they collected it as evidence as well, and it wasn't sent to a lab, and it wasn't tested either. But they are saying up here that it is sitting in locker number 35. Okay, let me make sure. Okay, I think Charles. Okay. So they found a possible animal hair. See, possible animal hair strand under the computer pad on the desk in the northeast bedroom. They collected it as evidence, but they didn't send it to a lab and they didn't test it. They had one possible hair east wall of the shower in the bathroom on the tile. They didn't test that either. And that is where Sleuthy writes right here, we're not going to check whose heads these came from. They also found possible hair inside the drain of the shower in the bathroom. They didn't test it. There was possible hair under the computer pad on the desk in the northeast bedroom, along with the possible animal hair, which is where they also found around the computer those stains, but they didn't test it. Didn't even send it to a lab to be tested. Let's see. Possible hair strands from uncased pillow, north side of the bed in the northeast bedroom, which was the same pillow that had the blood on it, or the red spot that tested positive for blood. Okay, so the only thing that I can think of is that this means that they have evidence that is so good they feel it's a done deal. I mean, but in a case like this, would they want to feel that confident that they feel that they don't need to send this off? Or would you if you were in Moscow's shoes, in Moscow PD, would you be like, okay, well, I think we have enough evidence that we don't need to worry about testing this, and I feel fully confident about that? Or would you go ahead and test this just in case and you need it in court? Let's see. Did you know Ann Taylor is currently working another death penalty double murder trial against some guy, last name Ross? No, Elliot, I didn't know that. What part of Idaho is he from? Okay, so it's not their resources they're spending. So why not? I don't understand why they haven't. If they took it as evidence, why didn't they test it? Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? I mean, what was the point of, if you're not going to test it? Why even take it? All right, and then the bottom one here says that the computer tower from the desk. They took it as evidence. We've seen them on, I don't know if it was BHBs or Olivia. I think they were the two out there whenever they were bringing evidence out. It might have been on one of their videos that you could see them bringing out the computer tower. But it says that they took it for evidence, but it wasn't tested or sent to a lab either. But they're claiming that they found red stains on it. Okay. All right. Okay, so these are the three things that tested positive for blood in Bryan's house. Hey, Mountain Mama, how are you? And they were labeled item A, B, and C. The first one is a collection of dark red spots, small flaked off surface upon touch, west of sink, the kitchen counter, collected without test. They collected it as evidence, but they didn't send that to a lab or tested it any further. They did say that it tested positive for blood, though. Okay, JC, have a good night. The second one, which was item B, says the cuttings from the uncased pillow, the reddish brown stain, south side of the bed. Let's see, two cuttings, separate stains. Shit, I can't. Only larger stain tested. But why didn't they send it for further testing? It tested positive for blood. Why is it not being sent to find out whose blood it is? True Finder, no, I'm not going to do Lori's live tonight. Once I'm done with this one, I got to go to bed. I got to get some sleep. So I've got some stuff I got to get up early in the morning and take care of. Once I get back tomorrow, if I have time, I'll do her live from today, the audio from today, and then I will do my regular live after that at 10:30. Okay, so then item C was the mattress cover on the bed. Let's see. It says the top and bottom of the cover collected each package separately, both labeled C, multiple stains, one tested. It tested positive for blood, but once again, they didn't send it for a DNA test to see whose blood it was. Lady B, how are you? Mandy G, how are you? Let's see. In my opinion, they turned over to Idaho and they did the testing. Mandy, do you think that that's possible that Idaho did it? Because I don't understand. Like, why didn't Washington do it? Okay, I'm good tonight, and I hope you're doing well. Yes, Mountain Mama, I'm doing good. Thank you. So Mountain Mama says hello to everyone in chat. I have been listening while doing laundry. This new release is very interesting. Yes, it is. Also, I remember that the FBI had a rolling crime lab. Yeah, they actually set the crime lab up in the parking lot of the Moscow PD. See, I'm confused. This is testing Bryan's items for his own blood. Of course, his blood would be in his house. Yeah, just Samantha, I get that. But if they tested positive for blood and he is accused of murdering 4 people, they should have tested it just to make sure that it is his. Jessica Lynn, how are you? Okay, let me make sure that was everything. Yes, it is, I believe. Yeah, we don't remember that. Okay. So that is all of those that I have. I'm going to grab. I got to get my email so I can get the body cam footages. Lady V, you're fine. Okay. Truth Seeker, how are you? Let's see. I don't think WSU wants anything to do with it. That could be true, Mandy. I mean, maybe they just went in with a warrant and did what they were supposed to do and collected everything, and they could have turned it over. Okay. Let me get into my email real quick so I can grab this. I hope Idaho did it because they sure Pearl, I hope so. I mean, even if it is his house, like it wouldn't have been a big deal if it was blood in his house and he hadn't been accused of murdering 4 people. But that alone should have been like, okay, it tested positive for blood. We need to send it off to do DNA testing on it. Okay, I must backtrack my previous comment about Ann Taylor sending hairs off based on jail, or I misunderstood what he said. Okay, thank you for clearing that up, Elliot. Okay. Okay, White Widow Baby, where did you say the body cam footage was? On Twitter, right? Lord, y'all, I done went to my email instead of the Twitter. Okay. You have to see it from the jurisdiction's point of view. If they marked a yes, they'd be looking for the test results from WSU with the conflict in place, and due to his employment, they would have to detach themselves. And Ava, that makes sense. Oh, Facebook page. Okay. Elliot, he was in here the other night. I don't know, probably maybe last Thursday or Friday night he was in here. Okay, let me go to Facebook real quick. Okay. Let me get into the group. See, it doesn't seem abnormal in the traffic stop to me. And honestly, that traffic stop, that was the first time that we actually got to hear him talk really good. Um, in the Indiana body cam footage is like I know he talked. It's just the traffic and all that was so loud that we really couldn't hear him that good. What the heck is going on here? Okay, so it should be the first few posts down. Okay. It's just taking like forever to get into the group. See all these interactions with women, his attorney, the judge, previous professor who wrote letters of references, clerks at doctor's office. Hey Dory, how are you? Was from the defense attorney to validate that the chain of custody of evidence. Okay, alright, I'm just waiting on this to pull up. And here's the body cam footage. Alright. Okay, so it is 9 minutes long. Let me get it pulled up here. One second. He seemed cool and collected or calculated. He seemed normal. He was very calculated, I think, Marissa. It's almost like he was practicing how to keep himself calm in situations like that. Like after the murders happen, he goes back to school, finishes out the semester, acts like nothing has happened, nothing major in his life has happened. It's creepy, honestly, is what it is. Okay, and this body cam footage is from October the 14th of 2022. So right at a month before the four kids were murdered. And while y'all were listening to it, for those who haven't already heard it, listen to how he talks to the female officer. See, the consistent behavior in and of itself is borderline. It's creepy as hell. All right, y'all, here we go.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Let me just get this figured out.
You what?
I'm just going to get this out for you.
Okay.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in the intersection, you have to make a left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done? Just
You're
back
not
up in that
supposed to
situation?
block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, and then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh.
Did you see that?
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, like right before I made the turn, there was someone who made a right. They didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up. And not.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation, because you're either going to back up into somebody or you're going to run a red light. So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection.
Yeah.
There's not really a great option there.
Yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines, like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, I can find it for you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. That looks good on a Hyundai. I don't see Pennsylvania registration like at all. Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
one of those is actually.
Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Sierra 331, code 4 driver.
Go ahead.
Last of Kohberger, King, Ocean, Henry, Boy, Edward, Robert, George, Edward, Robert. First of Bryan, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora. Middle C, Charles. Date of birth 112194, Mount Washington.
George Union Robert, Adam Lincoln, First Terrence, Tom Adam Robert, Young Nora, because 1637. 331, Sierra, driver.
Go ahead.
Genesis license through Washington 11 2027. The vehicle is valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
Copy. It should be an Elantra. Received.
Copy, it might be. It actually says the Dan, so that's my bad.
Sierra 334 stopping.
334.
King 568889 through Idaho. Will be Stadium and Q parking lot.
1638.
Okay. So I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's basically it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, so you're thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. Yeah. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in Washington, just Revised Code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand you're from Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection. You can't get stopped for that alone unless you can clearly just clear it right away.
Okay.
So
that basically, I understand.
You're just supposed to wait behind the white line. Drivers do it all the time. But
it never even occurred to me that was actually something wrong. But well, except for the fact that I was blocking the crosswalk, which is what I went through.
And states vary a lot from laws. Like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area, so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh,
unless I visit an area where there are crosswalks, and then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like, I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like, I only know it because this is what I do. But yeah, if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Definitely, you too.
Okay, give me a second. Let me get this off here because I don't want it to continue playing in my headset, even though y'all can't hear it. Okay. First time we've ever got to hear him actually talk. But I wonder if he talks like that all the time, or if he was just trying to talk proper for the officer. It's his voice doesn't sound what like I had imagined his voice to sound like, and I guess because to me he's accused of something very bad, and I don't know. I just imagine his voice sounding like the pure devil, honestly. Very polite. So, Princess Megan, you think he was just doing it for the officer? Let's see. Did you see the news? No, Loaded Hot. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm about to. I'm about to pull it up though. I expected a deeper voice, not so pipsqueakish. Yeah. Let's see. Notice how the dispatch. I did notice that. Notice how the dispatch showed 2005 Hyundai Sonata. I did notice that. And then she didn't correct the year. She only corrected and said that it should be an Elantra, not a Sonata. And I thought I heard her say 2005, but I didn't say anything because I thought maybe I heard it wrong. But yeah, that is. Did anybody else hear 2005 instead of 2015? Let's see, I was listening for car type and missed. Okay, does anybody want me to play the video over again? Because I don't know if some of y'all might have been coming in late in the middle of it. I can go back and play it again. It's only like 9 minutes long. 2005 Sonata. Okay, that's what I thought I heard too. Did y'all hear the call for deep grilling? No, Marissa, I didn't. Okay, Daylight. Yeah, I can play it again. Give me just a second. Let me get back into the Facebook group because I clicked off of it so it wouldn't start back playing in a headset. I don't know. He just didn't sound like I thought he would, which is weird because I like this dude is being accused of murdering 4 kids, and the way that the murders happened, and to hear how he talks, I don't know. It's creepy. I don't know if y'all understand what I'm trying to say, but it's very creepy. Okay, give me just a second. I'm fixing to pull it back up. And I know a couple of y'all have asked about the body cam footage of his apartment. I am going to play that as well in just a second. So I expected his head to spin when he talked and stuff oozed from his mouth. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just thought he would sound weird. I think this stuff was in October. It was October the 14th, LJ. So actually, no, the other one was in August the 21st. I was thinking October 21st. So yeah, the one over in Moscow was August the 21st, and this one was October the 14th. So I think it was a front. He acted nice in front of Ellie because he was in the wrong. I'm sure he is really acts and talks. Because so many people have said the way he treats people and talks to people, and I don't know. It very well could have been a front. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. But when she goes to her car, when the officer goes back to her car to call in uh, the license and all that, listen to what. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to hit my mic. Listen to what dispatch says about the type of vehicle, and then she corrects them. She doesn't correct the year, but she corrects the type of car. They say a 2005 a Hyundai Sonata, and she says it should come back as an Elantra, but she never corrects the year.
I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was
forced
behind
to
you
turn
the whole
left.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Let me just get this figured out.
You what?
I'm just getting this out for you.
Okay.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck in the intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done? Just
You're
back up
not
in that
supposed to
situation?
block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation. And then then you're running a red light. So it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go. Because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, and then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn.
Mhm.
So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh,
Did you see that?
no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, like right before I made the turn, there was someone who made a right. They didn't have their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up and not.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation, because you're either going to back up into somebody or you're going to run a red light. So, or you're going to be sitting in an intersection.
Yeah.
There's not really a great option there.
Yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines, like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't, when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. That looks good on a Hyundai. I don't see Pennsylvania registration like at all. Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
one of those essentially.
yeah, okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Sierra 331 code 4 driver.
Go ahead.
Last of Kohberger, King, Ocean Henry, Boy Edward Robert, George Edward Robert. First of Bryan, Boy Robert Young, Adam Nora. Middle C Charles, date of birth 112194, Mount Washington.
Woman, 49, has last of Corral, George Union Robert, Adam Lincoln, First Terrence, Tom Adam Robert, Young Nora, because
1637. 531, Sierra, driver.
Go ahead.
Status is licensed through Washington 11 2027. The vehicle is valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
Copy, it should be an Elantra. Recent.
Copy of my B, it actually says the DM, so that's my bad.
0334 stopping.
334.
King 568889 through Idaho. Will be Stadium and Q parking lot.
1638.
Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's basically it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, so you're thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. Yeah. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in Washington, just Revised Code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand you're from Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection. You can't get stopped for that alone unless you can clearly just clear it right away.
Okay.
So
then basically, I understand.
You're just supposed to wait behind the white line. Drivers do it all the time. But
it never even occurred to me that was actually something wrong. But well, except for the fact that I was blocking the crosswalk, which is what I went through.
And states vary a lot from laws. Like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area, so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh.
Unless I visit an area where there are crosswalks,
Gotcha.
And then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
No, not at all. Like I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like I only know it because this is what I do. But yeah, if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Definitely. You too.
Okay. So what I was saying a minute ago, whenever dispatch said it was a 2005 Hyundai Sonata, she corrected the Sonata part and said it should be an Elantra, but she probably wasn't paying attention to the registration to say no, it's not a 2005, it's a 2015. I forgot who had mentioned that in the chat, but that's what I was referring to. Okay, so if he did do this, it's an example of how chameleon like these people can be, totally normal, non threatening, and nothing like the creature of evil we expect them to be, terrifying, in my honest opinion. It's very creepy to see this and then listen to what he's been accused of and charged with. It's super creepy. Now, if it, they have like that show, I forgot what it's called, where they play, I don't think it's cops, it's something else, I forgot what it is, where they like, they pull over people and some of them get arrested, some of them may get a ticket or whatever. If we would have just seen this video without knowing who he is, and what he's been accused of, live PD, thank you, Charlotte, we probably wouldn't have thought anything about it, because we would have known nothing about him. What makes it so creepy is that what we've heard about this guy. And this was literally a month before the kids were murdered. Okay. Let's see. Let me grab, I got to get into my email. Let's see. This was a Pullman cop or in Idaho. Crime Solver, it was at WSU, I believe. So it would have been Pullman. Okay, give me just a second. I'm going to pull up the video of his apartment now. See, Bundy was a chameleon. What is up with my chat? Musical, hold on. I'm trying to finish reading your comment and I can't see it. Oh, wait, there it goes. So Bundy was a chameleon. It shocked people. He was an SK. Bundy was even strong candidate at one stage to be governor of a state. That is creepy. For real. Okay, wait, what up, baby? Okay, so while I'm getting this pulled up, if y'all have not done so, please go hit the thumbs up. Teresa, how are you? Didn't he go to school in Washington? Teresa, you're talking about Bryan? Yeah, that's where he was going to college at. See, I'm always polite and curious. Like that during a stop, I would probably have acted. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a second. I'm trying to get this pulled up. Okay. And the video doesn't look like. Yeah, I see it, Marissa. Shit. Hold on, y'all. I just got him, like little baby. He is now gone. Hold on, y'all. I'm fixing to check something real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta pull up my chat on my phone, y'all. Okay. All right, give me a second. I'm looking at something real quick. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay. Now I'm about to pull up the video of them doing the search on his apartment. All right, y'all. Let's see. Well, shoot. What does it say? Has there been any more evidence besides the one fingerprint? A trollop, not that they came out with. You know, they've got the gag order now, so they're not going to say anything else about what they found. Okay, y'all. So we're going to play this. This is a little over 6 minutes. Once it starts playing, just let me, give me a thumbs up in the chat and let me know that y'all can hear it, okay?
Yeah. Police department, search warrant. Come to the door. Police department, search warrant. Come to the door. Good. One more. Police department, search warrant. Come to the door. Open the door and do an announcement. Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building. Police department, show yourself. You're good, dude. Go back inside. Yep. No lights. No lights. Flashlights? Flashlights.
All right, so here's what's fascinating. They go in with all of their body cams, and when they sent us the video after a Freedom of Information request, guess what? I know you already know what I'm about to say. They actually redacted it. They turned most of that searching inside the apartment, all of it, in fact, into black video with no audio at all. So we cannot see inside the apartment. But remember this video? This was exclusive for News Nation. We were standing outside the apartment as they were hauling all the goods out all of the evidence that they removed from Bryan Kohberger's apartment, this was what it looked like right after they had executed that warrant. There is one thing, though, that they did not redact that I want to play for you right now, and it is so telling. It is a detail that, once again, sent shivers down my spine. They talk about when they were in the apartment, one of the doors inside the apartment is locked. Can you guess which one? Let's roll the tape so you can hear it for yourself.
Talbot, the bedroom door is locked. He wants to boot it.
Yeah. You need anything? Your clipboard?
No,
okay.
He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one on.
Later today, we're gonna.
I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some. Yeah. And we can turn them all on. Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. That I wasn't expecting. That's Mallory's gonna be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here, and then once he's packed, he can't do anything until we get a warrant tonight.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Talking about the bedroom door. Bryan Kohberger's bedroom door was locked. Bryan Kohberger wasn't there. Why would his bedroom door be locked? It just kind of defies logic, doesn't it? I'm going to talk to Bryan Enton about that in a moment, but I wanted to tell you some court documents also dropped today, 166 pages. Apparently the testing for blood on the pillowcases and the mattress, presumptive test for blood. That's what the chemical tests said, chemical testing for blood, not just reddish brown stains or on the uncased pillow and mattress cover, presumptive testing for blood. Also, they released new floor plans of Bryan Kohberger's apartment number 201. And the big news, they also released a trespass order. Washington State University effectively said on the 30th, the day of the arrests, the day of this warrant, Bryan Kohberger, you may never step foot on this campus again. It is officially going to be trespass. I want to get right to Bryan Enton, who's been covering this story since the beginning. First of all, I want to get your thoughts on all of this, but also the fact that we're hearing Bryan Kohberger's voice, Bryan, for such an extended period of time in what seems to be like a polite debate.
Yeah, it's like, where do we even begin with all of this? There's so much to talk about, Ashley. 166 pages, documents released just within the last couple of hours in that video that you obtained. The voice I found probably to be the most interesting in all of it. I had only heard him say a couple of, words in court in the past. I hadn't heard him really complete full sentences before. I've heard a lot of people say that they think that he sounds condescending. Is he condescending? Is he monotone? Is he just an awkward? We've heard he's socially awkward in the past, but it was very interesting the way he went back and forth with the officer. She really kept her cool. And like you said, even went back and looked up the law and gave him all the information he was asking for. But I couldn't figure out, and maybe you have some insight into this, Ashley, like, was he being condescending or is this just his awkward personality and he actually wanted to know the details of the law? It was very, very strange.
Well, I can tell you this. I spoke with Steve Gonsalves tonight, and I asked him what he made of this interaction with the police officer. And Steve Gonsalves' exact words were he was respectful, but also quite awkward. Just exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
I also want to tell you what he said about the warrant and the locked bedroom door. These are Steve Gonsalves' words, Bryan. He said, quote, "My thought is, why would you need to lock a door to your own room in an apartment that isn't shared, unless you're worried the landlord might enter when you're not home and get into your room?" Again, those are the words of Kaylee Gonsalves' father, Steve Gonsalves. Of course, Kaylee, one of the victims alleged to have been murdered. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay. Doesn't make sense that he would have locked his bedroom door unless someone else had a key to his house. Even if it was the landlord or someone else that maybe had given a key that he was letting stay there. But I thought there was a video that was showing the inside of his apartment. See, I can send the 8-page one, but the 111-page one is too big. See, okay, so Gina Marie, when were they released? Because I know yesterday there was 6 different documents released. One of them was like 48 pages. One was 28 pages. Let me go back to the website. And then there was the one that was released today. Misty, how are you? Okay, give me just a second. I'm fixing to scroll down on this website again. Yeah, only thing that I'm looking at on this website is all this stuff that was released on the 1st. And then what was released on the 3rd. Which was now day before yesterday. Okay. Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you? I mean, they literally had that video as saying that that the police released the search of Bryan Kohberger's apartment. So why put it like that? Make everybody think that that's what it was, and all we get to see is the damn front door of a dude knocking, doing the big police knock on the front door with the woman behind him telling him what to do. Because I'd see. Now I'm going to have to go back to News Nation and see what else they got on there. Because I thought when I was fixing to watch this that we were going to get to see Bryan Kohberger's apartment. It looked like a training video. Yeah, the woman, like, big dude up in the front is knocking, and she's back there telling him, knock again, say this, do this, open the door and make an announcement. I'm sure the roaches scattered when they went to knocking on the door. Okay, let me find News Nation on here because this is ridiculous. Honestly. Let's see. Yeah, they redacted the video. But, I mean, why put that in the title of the video, though? Oh, shoot. Don, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. I'm sure they pissed off all the other tenants in the building. Yeah. Okay, so 166 pages redacted into 10 pages of nothing found. I need these 166 pages. Okay, it's called officer safety and announcing their presence before they kick the door. See if you don't answer. Yeah, bullets, I get that. But it was weird how the woman behind him was telling him what to do. Like he didn't know how to make an announcement or what to say or anything like that. It was just weird how it was being done. See, they rejected it in black today. Okay, let's see what else they decided to put out today. Okay, so they put that one out an hour ago. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's the video of him getting pulled over. They literally have the body cam footage 3 different times on News Nation. It's just ridiculous. Oh, so you don't get to pick and choose. That's So police are not the most credible people. They're human, so I'm always skeptical these days. Yeah. Okay. They've actually got 4 videos of him getting pulled over. Why not just put one video out and be done with it? See, what I want to know is why the hell would the dude have a mattress that tests positive for blood on it? I honestly, Obsessed, the first thing that crossed my mind was bed bugs. But apparently Washington didn't do a DNA on it. Hopefully they sent it over to Idaho, and Idaho did a DNA on it. We just don't know about it. Or it could have been nosebleed. It could have been from shaving. I mean, it could have been a lot of different things. Okay. All right. I don't see anything else that they have on here. Nothing that's interesting anyway. Which would be circulating, letting the world see he bleeds when shaved. They were afraid to go in because of all the witches and the bed bugs. Let's see. Now, King Scarlet, there was blood on his pillow also. Like there was a spot on the pillow that tested positive for blood. I would come more believing that it was a nosebleed on the pillow than on the mattress cover. Because, you got the mattress cover and then you got your sheets and then your other cover. I don't know. The whole house just seemed dirty. I'm going to be honest. Let's see. My mattress would have blood on it from a lady love bug scratching me. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Did he not wash his cover? Let's see. Could definitely be simple as acne. It could be. Could be that. Could be shaving. Could be nosebleeds. It could be. Trying to think of what else, honestly, that it could be. Okay, so she was probably a superior officer, and because of the high profile, she wanted to make sure that he knocked and announced correctly. Bullets, that makes sense. Okay, let me look at something else real quick, y'all. Vaughn, how are you? See, I have psoriasis, and I often get blood on my pillow. I mean, honestly, it could be a number of things. I guess it just seems more weird and creepy because of what he has been accused of. Vaughn, I'm doing good, thank you. See, the dirty apartment makes his deep cleaning his car even more suspicious. But the amazing Tiff, like we were talking earlier, the neighbors downstairs were talking about how they kept him awake, how he kept them awake all night with his constant cleaning, running a vacuum cleaner, making all this different noises, and they didn't want to say anything to him, just in case their baby had kept him up at times. Okay, so I was looking on the case summary, and the last thing that they have on here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is the supplemental request for discovery. So I'll have to look around after I'm done with the live. and see what I can find on these 166 pages. EREV 212, how are you? The stairwell looked at the same as Brent's. Husband works outside. He gets scratches, bug bites, gets blood on his pillow often. I mean, it could very well be that as well. I mean, I don't know. It could be a number of different things. The blood on the pillow, and at any other time it may seem normal, I guess. I I I think it just ties back to the fact of what he's been accused of. See, where are you guys seeing how dirty his apartment looked like? Altered Soul, in what we were just reading, in the stains that were found in his apartment, all in his kitchen, living room, bedroom, bathroom, the sinks, the medicine cabinet, the shower, all that. What I was reading earlier, I know we're talking about all these different brown stains, red stains, orange stains, uh, and they tested each one of those, and none of those tested positive for blood. The only thing that did was the pillow, the mattress cover, and there was something else. It was 3 different things that had tested positive for blood. Hey, honey, how are you? Let's see. Okay. I'm looking through Twitter real quick and seeing what they got on there. See, I expect a forensic student to be clean as hell, but it's gonna be spotless. Yeah, I mean, it seems, and like I said, I know that there was previous tenants before him that lived there. It's a college. College kids can be completely filthy. I get that. It just seems like that after him living there for several months that he would have cleaned it. Okay, so I just saw on the local Seattle news a video of police breaking down his door. Wasn't that months ago, and wasn't he already gone? My husband and I didn't get why they were showing that tonight. Julie, yeah, apparently they just released the video. It was from December the 30th when they did the search on his apartment in Washington. Okay, and y'all give me just a second. I'm trying to catch up in the chat real quick. They found like 4 hairs. They actually found what they believed to be animal hair, and they had 8 strands of hair that they got off the bottom of his broom. Thank you, Dawn. Okay, so let me see what is going on Twitter real quick. See if anything is new on there. Yeah, my mom has to come over and remind me to wash my bed sheets every few months. I don't know if I ever would without a reminder. Most people have like a certain day of the week that they wash their sheets, or 2 days a week that they wash their sheets. Stevie, Anne may not like that. She may tell you that you need to change your sheets more often than every few months. So I'm saying, like, once a week, take the old ones off, put the new ones on, wash the old ones, Some people won't do that though. Like they will literally just sleep on them things until they rot before they change them. Alter Souls said their vehicle has junk mail on the passenger seat. Yeah, people are bad in their vehicles too. I'm not gonna lie. After this live, I'm washing. After this live, I'm washing my bed sheets. There is literally nothing on Twitter either. Let's see, and that is true. Alter Soul. Some people don't. They don't have sheets. Some people don't have a bed to sleep on. Okay, Mandy, let me just check it and make sure that I've got the email, and then once the live is over with, I will check it and get back to you. And when did you send it to me, Mandy? Because I don't see anything yet. So it may take it a few minutes to come in. Okay, what? All right. Let's see. It's about the locked door just now. Okay. It may take it a few minutes to come in. And y'all, I don't know why the heck. Something just popped up on my screen, but I haven't clicked on anything. Okay. I have it on my flow too. Ooh, Pearl. I just saw your comment. Oh my gosh, y'all. All right, let's see. I don't see anything on Twitter. I figured there would have been something new. Just people posting the video, which we done watched. Let's see. Okay, I didn't read that one. See, I believe the Law and Crime extended video of the police body cam on 11/13 will be material on timeline. Oh my gosh. Give me a second, y'all. P-Fox, I looked on the Idaho website and I didn't see anything new other than the one that I went over earlier, the court document. Just Samantha, I saw where there was some stabbings at UC Davis, but I didn't see that they had arrested someone for it. Okay, let me get back into chat, y'all. Okay, boys in distress. 1 second. Police body cam. White widow baby. Girl. Really? Let's see. Astral, I have to admit, Hoodie Guy was a bit suspicious. See, but I will always admit if I'm wrong about an assumption. He was kind of creepy, though. Glad it wasn't him. Okay, wait, Dawn. Oh, never mind. You're talking to Trollop. Never mind. I'm crazy. She got jokes tonight, don't she? Trying to be funny. I want to laugh, but if I start laughing, I'll start coughing real bad. I don't need to be coughing all up in y'all's ear. You are hilarious. I will give you that. The other, eh, maybe at times. Must have got lost. How are you? Let's see. I have heard that the white hoodie guy's name come up again lately as a suspect. Probably just gossip and rumors. Crime Solver, there has been so many rumors going on, and there is. It's one thing that if you want to, and even um, like I was talking about, starting over from the beginning and going back through the case and trying to find like the uh, discrepancies throughout, like where we've been lied to and what they told us in the beginning and now what we know is to be facts. But there is some um, white blouse wearing people that are taking old news that's already been talked about and they're bringing it back out now after all these months as it being new news. And I don't know if they just think that people are going to forget what they heard in the beginning and think that this is new news and they're going to run with it. And there are some people, there could be some people that are just now coming into this case and think that it's new news and they run with it. Thank you, King Scarlet. See, I want to believe that Hoodie Guy's innocent. Now, see, Julie, at the very beginning, before they came out with a video of them walking down the street to the food truck, Hoodie Guy, Kaylee, and Maddie, I thought Hoodie Guy was suspicious. It was weird how he kind of stood off away from them. They didn't talk to him. It was almost like they were ignoring him. They grabbed their food and they ran for the vehicle. Didn't say bye to him. Didn't say thank you for walking us. Nothing like that. I thought something was up with him. Then, whenever they came out with a video of them walking down the street together, they're walking normal. They're talking. They're laughing. The girls don't act like they're scared of him. They don't act like they're annoyed with him. They're talking to him. He's talking to them. There's no tension. It didn't seem that they were just trying to be nice, but that he was getting on their nerves or that they didn't want him there. It didn't seem like any of that. So then it changed my mind on if I thought that he was guilty of something. So now, after I've seen that video, I don't think that he is. Okay, so Crime Crazy, you sold your what? All right, so Crime Crazy did put the link for Big Al's Twitter. If y'all don't follow him, please go do so. Let's see. Which, Gina Marie, what link? Okay, let me see what Gina Marie's talking about with the link. See, he was very suspicious. That's why when somebody else's DNA and their tracking put him at the house, so many times I had to let the hoodie guy theory go. It was kind of crazy because you saw them. Let's see, and you saw. Yeah, I mean, I was completely wrong about the hoodie guy. Well, I'm not going to say completely wrong because the case is not over with. We don't know what evidence they have against Bryan, and Bryan hasn't been convicted. So I'm not going to say I was completely wrong, but my opinion about him changed. Okay, who is trying to post a link? Bryan, are you trying to post a link? Okay, she's going to be on. I will send it to her. Yeah, Bryan, if you're trying to post a link, you won't be able to, so you can just email it to me and then let me know whenever you get it sent. Let's see. We will learn it will leak when Bethany and Ann have their convo. It depends on how many people are there when the interview's done. The more people you have, the greater chance you have of it leaking, of what was said. The less people and it gets leaked, then you can kind of figure out who did the leaking. I'm thinking it's just going to be Ann, probably the co-counsel, maybe the investigator, Bethany, and Bethany's attorney. Okay, hoodie guy was the most sus for everyone, so I don't blame you for thinking it could have been him. See, there was a lot of odd stuff going on that night, which makes our brains go to all suspicious stuff. Yes. And Don, if you remember, they were saying that right after hoodie guy left from the food truck, he left and went out of state. They said that he went to his family's cabin and then he ended up going to Africa, which was never proven that any of that happened. It could have, but I never saw any proof of it. And there was so much stuff that was being said in the very beginning of it that it was hard to keep up with everything. See, I sent it. Okay, hold on, Bryan, and let me see if I've gotten it. Okay. Bryan, this is what I read earlier. But this isn't 166 pages. This is only 5 pages. Okay, and a post by his mom. See, there was a keyboard night. Oh, yes, LJ, that is true. I actually sent that picture to someone and asked if that was what type of night that was. Yeah, Bryan, I got it, but that's the documents that I read earlier tonight. Marge link doesn't work. I need to get Marge link and put it in the Nightbot. See, check out the Carlos Dominguez guy. Yes, Samantha, I'm gonna look into that. Because, like I said, I'd heard that there was some stabbings at UC Davis, but I didn't really follow that case too much. If you go back and watch him, he was just laid back and cold. Wait, Bryan, who are you talking about? I don't think any of that is true. I know his parents did that though in the past. Bryan, are you talking about Hoodie Guy? And about going to Africa and all that, which they did do. Like his family, they went to Africa. They did, I guess you would call it medical missionary work. see. It's not here. Oh, Brian, you're fine. Hunter Johnson was always in the house, but did not mention. See, K&M memory speech. I had heard that Hunter and his girlfriend Emily, that they stayed at that house all the time. That they would just walk in the house, and whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what people were saying, that they would just walk in the house. The kids wouldn't even be home, and they would just go in the house, and like some of the kids would come home and they would be in their house eating or whatever. Let's see. Honestly, I'm thinking more and more BK could be innocent, and just Samantha. A lot of people think that. The stabbings were all off campus over the course of 3 different days and were in parks and homeless encampments. Let's see. Wait, grab this link from Mars. Okay, hold on. Let me grab it real quick. It's not doing anything whenever I click on it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait, what up, baby? Let me see if it's working. It's taking it a second to come up. It's a new handle. Okay, so I need to put this in the Nightbot. And then that way it can be shared out. So let me do that real quick. All right, give me just a second. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to put it into the Nightbot. That way they can share it out and then everybody can go and sub up some more on her YouTube channel. Oh, Lord, I done clicked on something over here. Hold on. Did I time someone out? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, give me just a second. So his parents may work with Doctors Without Borders. Pearl, his family, his mom and dad, and he has twin brothers. I want to say both of those brothers are also doctors, and they would go a lot over to Africa and to, I guess, the villages or whatever there, and would do a lot of medical give medical care to the people there. Now I don't know if they still do that or not, but there are pictures that was on his social media where they had done that, and even Hoodie Guy went with them a time or two. Let's see, it's all rumors. They can't be clarified or shut down. I don't know, what is Bryan saying? Because I keep missing Bryan's stuff because he types so fast. Concerned every day. Okay. Let's see just start the Tuesday. All right, and I'm fixing to put. Wait, what up, baby? Y'all give me just a minute. I'm fixing to add Mars thing as well, and then that way y'all can share it out, and everybody can go sub up to her. Okay. Let me just make sure that it works. I think the gag order. Bryan, why do you think that the gag order was a huge mistake? Is Mars thing not going to work? What the heck? Oh, crap. I don't think Nightbot is working at all. Let's see. I think people see what they want to see. See, they want these people to be the guys so bad that everything is suspect to them. I mean, and Charlotte, there are some people who don't think that he's guilty, which is fine. They're entitled to their opinion of that. Um, and then there's some people that say that he's, completely guilty. Some are saying completely innocent. Okay, so it is hurting the prosecution but not the defense. Okay. Okay. Well, one thing the gag order is doing is that it's allowing the rumors to run rampant. Okay, crime crazy. Um, because they can't come out and say yes, this is true. No, this is true. This is just a rumor. Don't pay any attention to this. So that is one thing that it is hurting. And is it not still not putting her link in the chat, White Widow baby? What the heck? Why is it not working? G, how are you? Okay, so G says, hi, I feel he's so guilty. This is crazy how hard some YouTubers are focusing on making the police look dumb. I'm sick about it. Why not spend all the energy in proving that he's guilty? Right now, YouTubers really can't prove that he's guilty because we don't have any evidence. And G, I'm doing good, thank you. Basically, the only thing that we have that we know is proof is all of the court documents that are released on the State of Idaho website. So there's no way for us to prove that he's guilty. Okay. Roger, how are you? See, the sheet was tested as being negative, so they sent it to a second lab out of state. It took a while. But I'm curious of where Howard Bloom got that. How did he get that information about the knife sheet? Because he's the one that came out with that. He said that it was at the Idaho lab. It didn't come back with anything on it. They sent it down to Texas to, I forgot what he called. Was it a startup lab? Is that what he called it? And that's where they found the DNA on it. But with the gag order in place, how does he know that? Let's see, I wish everyone press the like button. You were. Thank you, G. I appreciate that. A cold cake. Thank you, Loaded Hot. See, Little Laura trying to make this the Little Laura show and make her career off this case. Somebody had mentioned the other day, I think it was it in, I want to say it was in my chat that they were saying that Ann Taylor was with this case possibly trying to get on the bench as a judge. So I wonder if that is true. Let's see, I'm not saying that he's innocent. I'm saying that I've got to have more proof than what they gave us, but only way you're going to hear the proof history of the jury. And Pearl, no, I get what you're saying. There is, in the U.S. we do have a thing of innocent until proven guilty. He is entitled to go through that process. Okay, she's working another death penalty case. But how is she working another death penalty case? I seen where Elliot had said that in chat earlier. Is she allowed to work 2 death penalty cases at one time? Okay. Stevie, you searched it and it's true? Okay. Well, that'd be interesting to see how the various lab staff testified negative versus positive. Yeah, it knows the discovery. They're asking for everything. Excuse me. Crime Crazy, she wouldn't let me do a Nightbot thing for her. I asked and she told me not to worry about it. She will let that judge position is a voted on position. She isn't gonna make friends in the public by being a little liar and playing games. Yeah. I think she may try to go for it. Whether or not she gets it or not, I don't know. Some people they may vote for her to become a judge. Okay, so Gar wants me to do a poll of innocent or guilty. Let me see if I can do it without it messing up my stuff. Thank you, Crime Crazy. Like I said, she wouldn't allow me to do one. So instead of just doing a poll, put in the chat. Tonka sent through her 3 out. One, if you think just not off your feelings, okay, but as of what we have been told, all of the court documents that we've went over, what we've been told as far as like evidence and the PCA and all that. Based off of all of that, put a 1 in the chat if you think that Bryan is guilty. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that he is innocent. Rob, how are you? Wait, I didn't give an option of 3. What the heck is 3 supposed to be for? American Princess, how are you? Okay, so honestly, I think we're getting just about as many 3s as we are 1s. Okay, guilty, but other might be involved. Okay, thank you for that, Jen. Undecided, okay. Today a 2, but it waves daily. Paper, I think you've done voted like twice, right? I do think that he's guilty. The amazing tip says not enough information yet. Okay. I do think, in my opinion, I think he's guilty, but I think that there are others involved. See, the PCA was very detailed. If he's innocent, then everything that we have been told was a lie, which is possible, but very unlikely. See, 1 with the help of others. There was more to it. Yeah, I think that there was more people involved. Hey, Callie, how are you? Let's see, I can agree with that. 3 guilty, but I think that there was. I think that there. I don't think that was Bryan driving the car that night. LJ thinks that he acted alone. Let's see. Will the Brady Giglio see till that there were lies? I will be glad whenever that whole Brady Giglio thing comes out. See, the DNA, the car, the cell phone pinging, if he isn't involved, he has the worst luck ever. The problem that I have with the car, and it keeps turning around and all this and that, the only problem that I have, and I'm not doubting that it's his car, or I'm not saying that that it's not his car, but the issue that I have with it is that they come out and they said it was a completely different year model, and then they said it was an unknown plate. They said that there was 90 white Hyundai Elantras just on, I believe it was 90, on the University of Idaho campus. There was 22,000 in Idaho. And they never said that they had video or surveillance footage of him driving the car. That's really the only issue I have with the car. And that's why I think that it was possibly someone else that was driving it. Because the way they're explaining it in the PCA of him turning around and trying to park and not knowing where to pull over and all this and that, it seems like it was somebody who was driving the car that hadn't been there before and they really didn't know where to go to. See, someone gave him up to save themselves and others, my opinion, but he did it. It's kind of interesting to realize I am not on an island. Okay. But yeah, I think for sure he for sure had something to do with it, but I do think that and I don't know who the other people are that are involved. Wait, so I don't think that they're going to prove it without a reason of a doubt. Too many fuck-ups. Gina Marie, that is true too. There was a lot of stuff, like they would say one thing and then turn around and say something else. They did lie. The cops did in the very beginning. Some people have said that maybe that they lied in order to protect Bethany and Dylan. Could be possible. You know, they might have said that they were both asleep on the first floor as opposed to Dylan being awake on the second floor for her safety. So whoever did this didn't think that maybe she had saw them. So I get that. But there's just too much stuff that doesn't make sense. See, I need to be excused for approximately 20 minutes. Okay, wait, what up, baby? Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Okay, let me catch back up here. So in his apartment, blood showed negative, and landlord asked him to lock the bedroom door, that he would not rent it. Didn't feel that again. She should be sued. So wait, how do you know that? About in his apartment, blood showed negative, because they're showing on paperwork that there was 3 things in his apartment that tested positive for blood. Wait, let me see what's going on in chat. Okay. PCAs are interesting. See, they tend to have much more than they show, but sometimes they totally fall apart and Charges even get dropped. I doubt that's the case here. Since you had a bunch of dogs. Okay, thank you, P. Fox. Okay, so Honey said, please don't take this the wrong way, but this case is like a game of Among Us. A whole lot of stuff going on. Honey, I agree. It's something new almost every day. They're bringing out old stuff to make it new, like it's new again. We have all these sources running rampant during a gag order. We have people calling in claiming that they know all this stuff that happened that day. It's a lot going on with this case. See, I'm thinking that the car was a rolling crime scene. All the nooks and crannies of the car can't be cleaned enough to get rid of everything. Mount Mama, I agree. I mean, you can clean a car, but think of just all the tiny places in a car that is like super hard to get to clean. Let's see, you're completely right. I apologize. Let's see, you did not state blood. My bad. You said huge, messy crime scene and said so. Yeah, literally. Whether I can include. Right. Okay, so the place. Wait, what is this? The place where the French fries always fall in front of the seat. Yeah, like between the console and the seats, Crime Solver. They go underneath the seat right there. Like he would have literally had to have taken the seats completely out of his car to get all that clean. And just think about the little, like in the edge of the door, where the it's like that plastic part, and then it meets the carpet in the floorboard. Like, how are you gonna get all that clean? You have to take it apart basically and clean it. And I just don't see Bryan taking all that apart. So the car, yeah, and if there's any blood in that carpet, he's not gonna get it out. He may thought that he got it out, but I just don't see him getting all of that out. Because just think, that blood is going to seep through the carpet into the flooring underneath the carpet. And then if there's any way that if there's anything under that carpet that it can soak into, it's going to soak into it. The only way to get it out would rip the carpet out, replace the whole bottom part. He's not going to do all that. So I just don't believe that he got it completely clean. Let's see. In the place where I'm sure he learned to do all the future research on the traffic laws of Washington State. Okay, the car could be a gold mine of evidence. Yeah, and they took the gas pedal, the brake pedal, the seats, the door panels. What else was it? Did it say the gear shift? Did it say that? Because if you think about it, whenever you get into a car, think about everything that you have to touch in order to make the car work. If you're driving the car. You have to touch the outside of the door handle on the outside. You have to touch the door handle on the inside to shut it. You have to touch the ignition, the gear shift, brake pedal, and the gas pedal, and the steering wheel. You have to touch at least 7 things in a car to make it work. Now, if you're sitting on the passenger side, technically and the seat. So 8 things. Technically, if you're sitting on the passenger side, the only thing you got to touch is the seat, because you can have somebody open the door for you. You can have them close the door for you. Technically, you just sit in the seat and your feet on the floor. So let's say 9 things. If you're driving a car, you technically have to touch. Let's see. Why do I feel like Ashley's son, straight color, clean? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to keep up with everybody's stuff. I wonder if the naked man story. I don't believe the naked man story. I really don't. Because they're saying that in that article, Bethany saw a naked man. Now they're saying she was on the first floor, but she saw a naked man run through the house to the back door and run out the back door. And they're also saying that Bethany found the bodies. But we know that Dylan, and by the PCA, we know that Dylan is the one who saw the guy with the bushy eyebrows, dressed all in black with the mask. It doesn't say anything about him being naked. She sees him going towards the back door, the back sliding door. And it doesn't say anything about Bethany or Dylan finding the bodies. So I just honestly, I don't believe that story. And the Tonka, as far as who said it, I don't know if it's just the person who put the article out just came up with that lie or what. Because it almost, it's basically just like the article of the person saying that Bryan is now identifying as a female and wants to be moved to a female prison because he doesn't belong in an all men's prison, but yet he's not even in prison yet. And yes, Scott, that is true. If you was naked, you would lose your skin cells with your DNA. Let's see. I wonder why they kept Ethan's brother's car. Mama, you remember Ethan's mama said that they had 2 cars and a set of golf clubs that was tied up with the defense. They released Kaylee's car and I believe Xana's car. But it didn't make sense why they would keep Ethan's family's 2 cars. Let's see. I have to. Okay, we are in so much trouble if she says she was with BK at the time. Bryan, are you talking about Bethany? I said that the other night. Y'all gonna look if she's his alibi. Okay, so it doesn't sound like Ellie has any blood DNA evidence in the car. I don't know, Iris. They haven't came out and said anything about what they had found in the car, just that what they had taken out of it and that they basically tore it apart and took all of those. Like I said, it was the seats, the headrest, gear shift, door panels, floor mats, brake pad, gas pedal. I'm sure there's some other things that I'm forgetting, but mostly those things. And Marissa, yeah, it was a set of golf clubs, which if y'all remember, and this is what's weird, do y'all remember whenever they had the U-Haul truck at the house and the officers were there and they were loading up all the personal stuff of the kids and putting it into the U-Haul? They walked out with a set of golf clubs and put in the U-Haul truck. So how did a set of golf clubs, did the defense come back later on and say they wanted those golf clubs? Let's see. Banfield from News Nation said that she talked to Steve G. American Princess. She said that she talked to Mr. Gonzalez about the way Bryan had acted in the body cam footage when he got pulled over in Washington for running the red light. She said that she had talked to him about that. See, there could have been more than one set. Okay, well, if there was more than one set, why take only that set? American Princess, you're very welcome. I mean, if you have 2 sets in a house where 4 kids were murdered, why not take them both? What is so significant about that one set? Let's see. Has a victim's DNA in car and Parp's DNA? Or wait, no, I read your comment wrong, Roger. I apologize. Has to be the victim's DNA in car and Parp's DNA at the scene. I thought one set was Dylan's. I thought the ones that was at the house was Kaylee's. That's what I thought to begin with. But then Miss Chapin said that it was their 2 vehicles and a set of golf clubs. Let's see. No telling, but when everything comes out, I'm sure we're all going to be shocked. Oh, God, y'all. We're going to be very shocked because there's so much stuff that we hadn't even heard about. Just like whenever the PCA came out and we were completely shocked. We thought that whole time that Dylan was asleep throughout the whole thing with Bethany on the first floor. And come to find out she was on the second floor, opened her door 3 times, heard noises, and seen the guy. Does anyone think that he was ever on the bottom floor? So that's what Bullet is asking. Those U-Haul trucks also had a Welcome to Pennsylvania on the side. Did you notice that? Julie, I didn't notice it, but I do remember someone else mentioning that. Which, with the U-Haul trucks, you can pick them up one place and drop them off in a completely different state. So that could have been what happened there. I remember seeing the U-Haul truck there. I remember Chief Fry backing it into the driveway, or trying to, but it was, I think, snow and ice on the ground. They couldn't get it all the way up to the house. And them toting the kids' stuff out, pillows and some furniture items and a vacuum cleaner and the golf clubs and all that. And I think I was paying more attention to that than I was what was on the side of the truck. So I didn't notice it. Let's see. I think that actually stuff down. And I don't know if he came, or if he went down to the first floor or not. What does everybody else think? Who in here thinks that he possibly went down to the first floor? Let's see, Brent. Charlotte, Brent is Brent Kopaka. He's the one that was SWAT. They said that he had PTSD. He was in the military, and or he was no longer active duty, but for whatever reason, something had went on that night, and they had to call SWAT in, and SWAT ended up taking him out. And that was right around the time that Bryan and his dad left from Washington, driving back to Pennsylvania. Huh? Yeah, and he was from Washington as well. Okay. Let's see, he knew the layout of the house. And see, Cora, I even said that because that step down from the living room area into the little hallway where Dylan's bedroom is. Some people may not think that that's a big, huge issue. But if you're in a house that you're unfamiliar with and you're doing what Bryan is being accused of doing, you're probably not going to be paying attention to where you're walking, because unless you know the layout, and you know that once you get to that area, there's a step there. You know what I'm saying? And so I do think at some point he was in there and he was able to maneuver around that house very quickly for it to be a crazy layout. Gina Marie, who's still alive? Okay, so he was in the military. That makes my ears. Yeah, Charlotte. He was in Army, I believe it was. So wait, Gina Marie, you think that Brent is still alive? Do you remember the fire juggler guy? Yes, must have got lost. That's the creepy neighbor. So he said that when he got home from work that there was a flashy SUV parked at the kid's house. I think Ethan's sister parked there before they went out that night. Yeah, he said that he called it a luxury SUV. And he said that that's the reason why it caught his eye, because it was luxury. It was a luxury SUV, and he likes those type of vehicles. Or so, that may not be verbatim what he said, but it was something to that effect. So I still have a problem with anyone in the house not hearing people get murdered. If someone's trying to kill me, I'm going to scream. Pearl. Yeah. I just, the thing with Kaylee and Maddie, if they were both asleep, didn't Kaylee, Angie, yeah, she had a silver Range Rover, but it was parked up in the driveway in front of the house. The creepy neighbor said that it was a black luxury SUV. But anyway, with Kaylee and Maddie, if they could have very well been both asleep. And it was Mr. Gonzalez said that they were in the same bed. If you have two people laying in the same bed and one of them is getting stabbed, and there's going to be some type of noise and movement that is more than likely going to wake the other person up. And then that person realizes what's going on, they're going to start screaming. And then he walks down. He had to have walked up the steps and then down the steps. He walked by Dylan's room at least 3 times. And then they're claiming that how Xana's hand was, and that she had defensive wounds on her. If you grab a knife and it goes through your hand the way they're claiming that it went through her hand, I just don't see her not screaming or making a noise. Iris, don't be sorry for stating your opinion, okay? The Ford SUV isn't. No, it wasn't a luxury SUV. I believe it was just like a Ford Explorer. I don't think it was even an Expedition, which would be like a step up from the Explorer. I just don't understand why did it take 8 hours to make a phone call? That's what I don't understand. Okay, and it's almost 3 a.m., but I'll explain tomorrow. Still got to eat a PB&J. Okay, Gina Marie. And Gina Marie, if you want to email me, like if it's so much that you don't want to have to type it out in chat or something like that, and you want to just send it in an email, that's perfectly fine. So Kim was saying that Brent was probably still alive. Okay. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. And if people think that he's still alive and that's their opinion, they're entitled to that. See, but she said it was a guess. Can't wait for these kids to get justice, Julie. Me neither. The kids, the family. They're honest and true friends. All of them. Do you think that there was something specific, Mr. Okay, wait, Steve G wants to have the world to know in the gag order getting elected? If so, what? Crime Solver, I do think that he wants to speak about something. I just don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a rumor that's out there that he wants to clear up that wouldn't hurt the case or what it is. I don't know. Or he could just not have anything at all to say. Okay, so that is what everyone will be waiting to hear about why so long to call. I think that's probably, I think you're right, Baber. That's going to be like everybody's number one question. Why did it take, if you saw the guy in the house and it scared you so bad that you were in a frozen shock phase and you locked your door, why did you wait 8 hours to call? And I'm pretty sure they're going to try to throw out the whole sorority thing. Well, you got to call so-and-so in the sorority first and all this and that. Because I've heard that excuse before as well. And I'm just not buying it. So she says she heard someone whimper, and if you're being murdered, you're not going to whimper, you're going to scream out for help. And then she hears a male's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. But it has that in the PCA where Dylan says that she hears a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. But they don't specify. Is that Ethan telling Xana that, it's okay, I'm going to help you? Or was it the person that was there doing the murders? Let's see, she couldn't be up on much. Wait, hold on, y'all. Let me stop my chat for a second. She couldn't be up on much about Brent still being alive. See, I don't believe he is, but it has always bothered me that the vet would ever give someone a clean, open shot at him. Yeah, and was he any type of special forces or anything like that? I can't remember if they had ever said that or not. Lori, that is true too. We were, up until that PCA came out, we were told Dylan and Bethany were asleep. They slept through the whole thing on the first floor. The murders happened between 3 and 4. The PCA comes out. Dylan was on the first or the second floor. She sees a guy, and the murders happened between 4 and 5, and they knew that because Xana was on her TikTok. At what, 4:17? Okay, hold on. Let me see what P Fox is saying. Tonka did some math for me. DM got up 3 times based on the timeline. That means that she got up every 3 minutes and looked out the door. That's sus. I mean, yeah, because if you think about that, P Fox is almost like she was looking for someone. Like she knew, and I'm not saying that she knew something was going to happen. I'm not stating that as a fact. I'm just giving my opinion on something that someone has commented in the chat. But that's kind of what it seems like. It seems like she knew something was going to happen, and she was waiting to see someone in the house. How was Brent brought to Ellie's attention? I must have got lost. He was at an apartment, I believe at his apartment out in Pullman, and it was said that there was shots fired. It was also said that he was trying to hold his roommates hostage. Everybody was able to get out, but for whatever reason, he didn't. And SWAT ended up, I guess, barricaded himself in the apartment, and SWAT got a shot on him. So I don't know. It's the whole Brit thing has been kind of suspect as well. Okay, so Brent Kopaka was Purple Heart recipient, not a murderer. I believe I had heard that he had received the Purple Heart, but I couldn't remember if he was in any type of special forces or anything like that. SWAT team is made up of 3 small town cops departments and surrounding areas. Thank you, Callie Dime. I think White Widow Baby said she had to step out for a few minutes and she'd be right back. See, but funny Brent never made the news. Man gets killed by SWAT, but never hear anything else about it. I think the only reason why anything was ever brought out about it is because people were already looking into the Idaho 4 case. And anything in that general area that happens, people are going to find out about it. Hey, Brad, how are you? Okay, so Payne and Kopaka served together in Afghanistan and are 82nd Airborne Rangers and are in pictures together. I remember somebody saying that they had served together. See, I can't get past them not calling the police. I highly doubt any of them could have been saved. Yeah, and see, Mountain Mama, it's not the point, and more than likely they couldn't have been, even if she would have called right then. And I get that, but they would have been able to get on the case 8 hours quicker, 8 hours sooner, been looking for the person who done it 8 hours sooner, and possibly found him quicker than what they did. It's a crazy coincidence of no connection. I mean, there's all kind of crazy stuff that goes on up there around WSU. Not long ago, there was a college student who died. A few months before that, there was a college student who died. There was an older guy, I believe he was homeless, that died at the campus. Thank you, Callie. I appreciate that. Just you got the 4 students, the 4 kids who were murdered. Then you have Hannah, and you have Hudson, and a lot of stuff that goes on up there. And I don't know if we're just hearing about it because we're, everybody's on this Idaho 4 case, and every time one little thing happens, it comes out, or what. As one, how are you? What about the skin dog? That's a red flag. And they never found out who did that to poor little Buddy. Hey, Dory. Okay, so Dory says the only reason why I would understand would be if there was literally threatened to not call the police until a certain time, or they would be killed, or they would kill them or their loved ones. It could have been, and he might have said something to Dylan. We just don't know about it because it's not in the PCA. Let's see. In his obit, it was with great sadness that our beloved son, Brantley Kopaka, went to heaven on December the 15th, 2022, as a result of a traumatic brain injury sustained in combat. Oh, wow. So they didn't even put the actual reason. Or could they have been saying that the reason for his, I don't want to say outburst, but the reason why he reacted or acted the way that he did that night, are they saying that because of the traumatic brain injury was the reason why he did what he did that night? Let's see. It's like 3 sentences long and so vague. Wow. Let's see. Ellie said that the skin dog was not related to the case. But how did they know that? Ellie also said that there was no threat to the community, yet they had absolutely no idea in the beginning who did this. Yep. Bryan and his dad get pulled over in Indiana. And was it Bryan that mentioned it, or was it his dad that mentioned it at first? Because I remember one of the two mentioning it. and something being brought up about a mass shooting or something like that. And Bryan was like, well, we don't know if it was a mass shooting, but okay, could have been the father. No, that's fine, Charlotte. I would. That's why I was asking. I couldn't remember which one of them had mentioned it first about it. I just remember it being brought up in about that. That's where they were coming from, and that there was a shooting or something like that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it was the dad. Okay, I remember it being about it being mentioned. See, I think the dad, because BK almost killed his dad with it. I do remember the look, Crime Solver. Several people clipped the look, and he had that look of like, you need to shut your mouth and stop talking. Okay, so Maisie says that the university needed an arrest before school started up again. Students weren't going to return, and on a second semester enrollment was probably down. They couldn't afford to have the murderer on the loose. Yeah, because they were literally saying that there was no, like I think they flip flopped back and forth with it. You know, there was no threat to the community, then there was. But yet they didn't know who did it. They didn't know if the person was from the university. They didn't know if the person lived in Moscow. They didn't. It could have been, for all they knew, somebody who lived there or somebody that was just passing through town. But at the same time, they added security to the campus. If you had to walk anywhere on campus by yourself and you wanted an escort for, so you would feel safe, you could get that. It was very confusing. Like, it was confusing to the public. Just imagine the kids that were there and didn't go home for the Thanksgiving holidays. See, Idaho has Iris. I agree with that. I mean, there's what, 2 students at WSU, which I know is not Idaho, but it's literally just 9 miles down the road from the University of Idaho, and they've done have what, two overdoses there in the past few months. Let's see, my first thought was, Brent was related to the Idaho murders, but they quickly came out and said that it wasn't related. It seems like they always quickly come out and say something's not related. And I'm going to be honest, we've all seen it, where when Moscow gets calls that they go out on, they don't even make reports for it, which makes absolutely no sense. I mean, as soon as the kids were murdered, they started right then clearing people. Y'all remember within 2 days, they said Bethany and Dylan had nothing to do with it. Hoodie guy had nothing to do with it. The mail that Kaylee and Maddie were calling that morning had nothing to do with it, which we all know now is Jack D. They just went to clearing a lot of people quickly. Wasn't Chief Fry and Officer Payne at the SWAT situation? American Princess, I heard that, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't understand why they would have been there. Unless if they were there and it could have been because him and Payne served together. Maybe they were still friends. Maybe they thought that Payne could calm him down or something, talk him down or whatever. Okay, give me just a second. Okay, so this is discussing there's absolutely zero evidence Brent was anything other than an Army veteran suffering from PTSD. Yeah, Angie, people are just giving their opinions of it. They're not saying that anything is factual. That's really all they're doing. So in my opinion, if Brent was connected, law enforcement would have found evidence. Until law enforcement says he is connected, his memory shall remain as a decorated vet. It's a shame though that they wouldn't have been able to, whatever was going on that night. I wish that they could have calmed him down, talked him out of the apartment, and could have gotten him help. These murders, can you imagine how Brent's family will feel having Alright. Give me just a second. I'm trying to scroll back up through the chat just to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay. I don't think I've missed anything. BK bringing that up when he got pulled over was an attempt to deflect of himself. Sorry, people have no idea how many. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up in chat, y'all. I think I've got everything that is caught up now. Wait, where is it at? Okay, Tonka, I'm sorry. I just now saw your comment. So can we find out? Tonka, are you talking about with the Brent Kopaka thing? Is that what you're asking about? Because, I mean, honestly, everything that we've tried to find, like, there's really nothing. Let's see. Wait, what? Bryan, they take a 2-hour multiple choice online to get a SWAT team badge. So improve in 2 weeks if they pass 70%. Bryan, how do you know that? About being able to get SWAT credentials? I mean, Tonka, I can try to look again. See about fry pain. About them being there. I can try to look and see what I can find out. I did hear that. I don't know if it's the truth or not, but I had heard that in the past. Okay, so that is why there is one SWAT vehicle. But wait, Bryan, how do you know that though? That's how they get. Like, all you have to do is take a multiple. What did he say it was? A multiple choice thing. Okay, 1 second, Gina. Let me find them for you. You said the last two. Okay, so there's one. Let me go up to the other one. No way. How are you? Give me just a second, Gina. Let me find your other one. Okay, so Bryan called the call in on Brent when he left with his dad for PA. They staged to the death to not scare Bryan off. Brent was completely scrubbed from the internet. No death records. Okay, hold on. Let me find your other one now. He was protected vet and a special ops working undercover. They did not want to blow the undercover operation, so the easy way was to stage the shooting. If you listen to the SWAT, standoff is shady. But do we know that to be facts? I mean, it's happened before, but I promise you it's a lot Longer, more work experience and multiple choice. Yeah, I think it's more to it than multiple choice questions. Honestly. I mean, there is training that goes into that. Hey, Tanya, how are you? Police department having small budgets. Just to be a jail guard, you have to train for months physically, and you take many tests, especially a lot of detector. Yeah, I think it's more to it than. I mean, there may be a multiple choice question, thing that you have to take, test or whatever, but I think there's more to it than just that. Like there's training, there's classes, there's, uh, just different aspects of it. Okay, thank you, Brian. I think it's more than just that. Tanya, I'm doing good, thank you. Wait, what a baby, that is true. Like somebody said, there's lie detector, which I think I forgot who that was that said that now. Let me find it. Okay, so Casey said her dad is ex-UK Special Forces and paramilitary. I can promise you it's a lot longer, more work experience than a multiple choice questionnaire. Her dad served for 16 years and earned his honors. Yeah, I think it's. I'm pretty sure in order to be SWAT, you probably have to be a cop longer, like for several years, instead of just going in and doing a multiple choice question. Just like to become a detective, you got to be a beat cop for so long before you can move up. See, they should have evacuated the whole area and brought him home safe. And if I've missed anybody who has came in and I have not said hi to you, I do apologize. But thank you so much for joining us tonight. And also, if you've not hit the thumbs up, would you please do so? Okay, so a test to apply for SWAT, but after that is way more than that. Oh yeah, I mean there's drills that you have to do. It with SWAT, it's more to a bunch of members jumping out of a vehicle and running up on a house or busting down a door. Like it's and I'm not gonna say it's exactly like military training because I know it's not, but it's probably uh, sort of like it. Maybe the same type of aspect, but different as well. Training continues throughout your career. Yeah, I mean, there's always new things that come up. Um, so wait, how to become a SWAT officer? Meet entry level position requirements. Consider a college degree. Consider military experience. Join local or federal force. Complete training. Yeah, it's more than a multiple choice question. Yeah, in ways it has similarities, but it's very different nonetheless because military training is completely different than law enforcement training. Now, if you have military training, like it just said that Troll put in the chat, you have more than likely you have an advantage over people who don't have military training in order if you want to become a SWAT member. Same thing with law enforcement. If you have military training, you're kind of you have a little bit of an advantage, but you still have to go through the law enforcement training though. See, the Whitman County Regional SWAT Team is made up of officers from Whitman County Sheriff's Office, Pullman Police Department, and WSU Police. Okay, there are not SWAT made up of officers. Yeah, but where does it talk, Brian, about that all they have to do is take a multiple choice questionnaire? I mean, that's If you just say, hey, you want to join the SWAT team, all you got to do is go take a test of multiple choice questions. And that's all it is. And if you pass with 70%, you get to join the SWAT team. Well, you just put the whole SWAT team in danger because you have no training. You have to train on how to handle different situations. You have hostage situations. You have the situation with, like they're saying with Brent Kopaka. You have different scenarios that you have to train for. And you have to do way more. Yeah, I don't believe that just multiple choice thing or whatever. I'm sure you have classroom hours. You probably have, what do they call it? I know we have military people in here. Classroom hours that you have to take, like so many hours of classroom work or whatever, and then like field work you have to do. You have training exercises that you have to do. Let's see. I've been listening all night, and I hate to block people, but the ignorance tonight is 9mm. How are you? See, I took Brian's comments like, where did you get your license? Yeah, Brian, I hate to tell you, but there's more to it than just answering questions of multiple choice answers. Hey, Cormac, how are you? Okay, Brian, quit. Don't put stuff like that in chat. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Oh, wait, little baby got it. Yeah, Brian, you can't be putting stuff like that in the chat. Let's see. Team leader. So it says tactical thinking abilities and general knowledge. Officers assigned to the tactical team attend an 80-hour basic SWAT school. Yeah. So there is for sure more to it. So we're moving on to a different. Wait, what? You got a zip line from building to building and shit to be a sharpshooter. P-Fox, I just saw your comment. So yeah, we're gonna move on to a different topic, y'all. Before I have to get out of here for the night. Julie says, I love your chat. Your voice is so calming. And your analysis is spot on. See, I've tried to listen to you, but I just can't. Thank you for your work. Julie, thank you. That is very nice of you. I appreciate that comment. So could you imagine if BK started asking the highway patrol the traffic law in Indiana, losing my marbles? I mean, yeah, he didn't question the cop that pulled him over about traveling too close to the car in front of him. Do you know what the real estate lawyer's name is? Which real estate attorney, Tanya, are you talking about? Let's see, dude has a crime solver. Yeah, because look, he got pulled over on August the 21st. Then again on October the 14th. He gets pulled over 2 times in Indiana on his way home. That's 4 times that we know of. Am I missing any other times? Like he might as well call an Uber. 8 hours is 40 hours, but continuing education is, well, almost everything has continuing ed requirements nowadays. I mean, he would have been better off with an Uber, honestly. And he should have just flew home instead of driving. White widow baby. He'd have looked at somebody wrong and the cops would have pulled him over. Or pulled the Uber driver over. And see, then we'd hear from the Uber driver, he seems so normal to me, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I think that he was not going to bring that white car back. So, no way. That could have been a possibility. Maybe he would have gotten rid of it out in Pennsylvania and bought another vehicle and drove it back. And see, we haven't heard of any times that he's ever been pulled over in Pennsylvania. I mean, if he drives out in Pennsylvania like he did in Washington, in Idaho, probably several times. Has anyone heard anything recently the status of tearing down the house? Mountain Mama, no, I haven't heard anything else about it. Just that the university, I believe the president at the university said that they would talk with the prosecutor and see if they want the house to remain standing until after the trial. And if they do, then the university has said that they would leave it standing. If not, I believe they're going to go ahead and tear it down. Hopefully the prosecutor says we need to leave it. We need to leave it there until after the trial is over with. See, I don't think he was going to go back to Washington. See, knowing BK's arrogance, I'm surprised when the female officer was giving him info on the Washington law, he didn't pipe up and say that he was a criminology student. Yeah, he never brought that up, Crime Crazy. He did want her to educate him on the laws, though, on the traffic laws. And I can't believe that he apologized. So I think it should be required to remain standing. Because I agree, because I just don't want there to be a what if moment. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? You know, or are we a should have moment? Like we should have left the house standing because the jurors need to see it. Or we should have left it standing because maybe there's something that we missed. You know, I think it should remain standing. I think that should be like a common sense type thing for everyone involved in whether the house is going to remain standing until the trial or it's going to be torn down. And as bad as the kids around there hate to see it, I think that they would also understand the reason that it would remain standing until after the trial is over with. And I think that if they really cared about these 4 kids, and they cared about these 4 kids' families, and they truly wanted justice, they would voice their opinion as well and say it needs to remain standing. Hey, Gigi. But that is just my 2 cents on it. You know, it almost seems like that the president of the university has the full say so of when it gets tore down or when it doesn't. And he probably wouldn't take into consideration the students' opinions on it or the families' opinions on it, the families of the victims. But if he truly wanted justice for these victims and for his college students, I think he should take all of that into consideration and use a little bit of common sense and just come out and say, I have the right to either tear it down or leave it standing, and until the trial's over with, I'm going to leave it standing. So I think he didn't fly home as he wanted the car out of the Idaho and bullets. Yeah, that's probably true. And like somebody said in chat, he probably wasn't going to take that car back to Washington with him. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here tonight. I'm not going to be doing Lori's audio tonight. It's like 4 hours long, or a little over 4 hours. The last couple of nights, I've played it after my main live, and it hasn't ended until like daylight. And I so appreciate all the people who came and hung out with me that whole time, you know, and stayed in there until the very end of it. But I got to get some sleep. I literally went to sleep at like 6:45 this morning, woke up at 12. Hey, BC, how are you? And I went to town, went shopping with my aunt. And then I've got to take her back in the morning so she can get her some groceries, because since she had the wreck, she's scared to drive. So I told her I would take her. So we're going to go do that. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that. So I got to get back up early in the morning. Hold on just a second, y'all. Troll's trying to tell me something. Okay. Thank you, Trollop. Now, if I get back in time before too late tomorrow afternoon, I don't think that we're going to be gone just a couple hours, just long enough for her to go get her some groceries. I may try to play Lori's live once I get home, and then do my main live after that at 10:30 like I usually do. So I may try to do that because I don't want to miss the day of the audio. And if I miss too many days of it, it's going to get backed up, and it's going to be hard for everybody to try to keep up with it. So that's probably what we're going to do. I'm going to go get some sleep. First, I got to eat because I haven't ate nothing today, y'all. So I got to go eat, and then I'm going to bed. Callie, you're very welcome, honey. And thank you for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Yo, what the heck is this man doing? Troll is outside. He is running something outside. What is he doing? Oh, he's doing something in the shop. Never mind. Yo, it's never a dull moment around here. Glowbug, have a good night. So I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Hopefully not naked. No, he's out doing something in the shop. I can hear a motor or something out there running. I don't know what it is, but I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever y'all are at. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Crime Solver, you're very welcome, and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. So I will see y'all tomorrow.